they'll be giving off such a strength that all the walls of hate, war, and racism will fall down. Children know, understand, and believe that there'll be more and more love and peace for eternity, love and peace for everybody. Children of the world, scream your dreams. Children of the world, never fear. Children of the world, scream your dreams. Children of the world, get together, get together, get together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love and peace for eternity. Love and peace for a future time. Love and peace for you and I. Love and peace for everybody. Love and peace for eternity. Love and peace for a future time. Love and peace for everybody.
Love and peace. Love and peace. Love you, peace. Da, 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 da.
Children of the world, scream your dreams.
Scream your dream.
Children of the world, never fear.
Never fear.
Children of the world, scream your dreams.
Scream your dream.
Children of the world, get together, get together, get together.
I haven't heard this. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've had this really loud on my headphones or in a nightclub. Love and peace for everyone. For everyone. Nice.
Love and peace for everybody.
For everybody. For everybody. Hi, how are you? So that's a cool song. At least I think it's a cool. I think it's a cool song. That's the flip side. That's the B side. What's known as the message side of Robert Miles' Children. Now, everybody has heard Robert Miles' Children, even if they don't know the name of it. It's that fundamentally the first worldwide trance hit. The first, before they even really had a term called trance, right? Because nobody was making music like that, so there wasn't a genre. But yeah, on the ones and twos. But yeah, that so would have been like '96 when the Robert Miles was released, and everybody played the instrumental, right? The A side, and it's so beautiful. It's such a it was such a striking and different kind of sound, and we all ate it up, right? Of course, in the clubs, everybody's like, not everybody, but there was a large amount of ecstasy use, MDMA, Molly, etc. Leon, hi, welcome. We were just talking about the opening song there. It was the flip side. It was the B side. So yeah, we played the shit out of Robert Miles' Children, but some of us played the other side, the message side, the love and peace for everyone. It's a real, I don't know. I used to eat that up. And the crowd would eat it up, and they're like, "What is that? What is that?" And I tell them that'd be because nobody else is playing it. So anyway, yeah, love and peace, except for cops in the U.S. military. Yeah. So I have one little small issue that might slow me down a little bit tonight. My new keyboard that I love, that has been working spectacularly, a Corsair. Anyway, it needs some sort of it's lost its memory, and it all the keys aren't clicking or registering, and I'm having a super hard time if I try to type. Like, you can hear it, but then nothing comes out. It's all trash. What I'll probably end up doing is just putting this laptop over here and doing it a different way. But at any rate, be forewarned. So what's on the agenda tonight, Pinko? What's on the agenda? Well, I've got stuff. I'm happy to say thank you to Treble for helping not helping, but actually like making it so the Discord is cleaned up quite a bit. And if you'd like to join the Discord, you can get over there and you can follow the directions. The helpful bot will guide you through the onboarding process. That would be cool. I've populated, have an area called Trusted Analysis, Trusted Orgs, the kind of places that I go to get my news and analysis. I only put a few of them in for now, but because they're my daily go-tos. And so I would encourage people to check out that in the Discord, Trusted Analysis and Orgs. We've got Workers World, we've got Black Agenda, we've got IAC, Popular Resistance, a lot of info there. IAC, good info, it's just not as often. I really like Son of Baldwin. Really like Son of Baldwin. Don't know if they're on Twitter, but I follow Son of Baldwin on Facebook. But I'm sure all the platforms, Son of Baldwin. YouTube, Black Agenda Report, Left Lens with Danny Haifong, Black Alliance for Peace, which I believe I've mentioned before, and Democracy at Work. And I think I'm going to be out of town. I've got to go out of town. There's a family thing. There was a ring presented, a question asked, and an answer in the affirmative. And so a couple of us are gonna go away for a couple of days and try to relax. We're gonna relax. It'll be great. But I think what I'm gonna do is still stream. I'll use Streamlabs OBS, the app, and maybe those nights that I'm gone, I'll share my screen, and we'll watch some Richard Wolff, or we'll watch Wretched of the Earth. We'll watch something, right? I don't know. We'll see how this goes. I'm still putting it together in my head because I've only used the app once, and that was before I started putting together this little shindig here in the corner, in the red corner, weighing in at 227 pounds in the red corner. So welcome to the red corner tonight. It hit me last night today when I was looking at the replay. I had my friend Aaron, the Reverend Aaron, on the other night, and his background was all red and black, of course. And then mine is, I'm like, oh man, we're like in the red corner. Only we weren't in competition with each other. All right, I've been babbling enough. Here's what we want to do. We want to go here, and we want to look around here, and I want to see what I want to talk about tonight. Have I ever heard of the Collective? Hold on a second. They're a pro-China Twitter page. Really good stuff. No, I haven't. But if you drop a link in there, and I'll follow them on Twitter. Like I never really embraced it. I have an account. It's linked, right? It's linked in the About page. That's Foxtail Brigade. We have seen Foxtail Brigade. Oh, I was going to talk about White Fragility and Matt Taibbi and that whole dust up over at the Hill, and then I realized, you know what? I don't really care. It was a dust up, but I really don't care about Matt Taibbi. I used to. I find him suspect as fuck these days. The Gray Zone, very long. Yeah, not now. Yeah. You know what? We could start with a little James. Black on black crime. It's just like white on wine crime, but with more marketing. That might put me in a good mood. Let's watch James. I think that's what we're going to do. Hold on a second. Don't go anywhere. Where's the Discord, man? Oh, I had it. It was here a minute ago. Jesus Christ. Is this what we're doing again? Jesus Christ. The audio and video don't seem to be in sync. That could be, my friend. That could be. I'm feeling a little bit this is not cool. Here we go. We'll do it this way. We'll do it live. So yeah. Yep. Boom. There we go. We'll just do it this way. I couldn't get the dealio pop up exactly how I wanted it. So as you know, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of James of the internet. And though he's left the Twitch daily show, he still works for Act.tv and he's doing shorter YouTube clips. So he's a content creator. I'm just a curator. A curator. Actually, I can make some too, but for right now, we're gonna watch James because I wanted to see this and I haven't seen it yet.
So every single time Black Lives Matter pops back into a narrative, whether it be a local, state, or national due to a police killing of a Black or brown person or ongoing civil rights issues, invariably what happens is all the people who carry water for the thin blue line and carry water for the low-key racist relatives and carry water for the white nationalists, they all come crawling out of the woodwork with their tropes. Number one on the trope list, what about black on black crime? This trope is so overplayed, Donald Trump tweeted about it back in 2015 when Black Lives Matter first started following the killings of Eric Garner, Michael Brown, Tamir Rice. There were a whole bunch of national profile, high profile killings. So of course Trump jumped on that and he threw this out. Now this meme that he tweeted out is 100% false. The source, the Crime Statistics Bureau of San Francisco, doesn't actually exist, and none of those stats are accurate. Now, of course, that doesn't keep Donald Trump or your low-key racist uncle who has questionable thought patterns, likes to mail out to people all the time.
Questionable thought patterns.
This is what we call trash. So what I thought I would do is I thought we would actually take a look at what black on black crime is and then examine whether the converse of black on black crime would be true and see what about white on white crime. And
just like I would normally never open up a random video that had black on black crime anywhere in its title just because normally that would just be a big fucking red flag that it was going to be some trash. But since I know him and I know we're not, I feel like this is gonna be good.
And is that a scourge as well? And should we be talking about it? So, let's just move past this horrible statistic. I actually found this local video from the Memphis area that a local news team had done.
Well, I spoke to two teachers and students about the term black on black.
Where's the volume, huh? You lost it, James. Come on, James, fix it.
Against the Black Lives Matter movement.
I'll fix it for you, James.
A phrase frequently tossed about, black on black crime. So we asked everyday people what they think about the term.
So it kind of has like a negative undertone because of what they constantly portray of us.
The term black on black crime is really loaded because it infers that black people are the only race that have crime with each other.
Yeah. Patricia Lockhart, a Shelby County school teacher, says the phrase black on black crime is just a rebuttal used by those not equipped with the facts. She says facts will show blacks rob blacks, Latinos rob Latinos, Asians rob Asians, and whites rob whites, and on. But we can only hear about one, making it seem as if the black community itself is not concerned about crime. And she says they are deflecting from the real issue of why people are protesting police brutality against blacks.
So,
Jesus Christ.
I
had to turn him way up because
it seems that a lot of people are hip to it. Unfortunately, the overwhelming number of people who are not hip to it are the ones who also drive their cars into protesters and violate the U.S. flag code by rocking adulterated flags with blue stripes on them. It's problematic. So,
by the way, and the other night I played one of his clips about the number of protesters that have been driving into. It's on the YouTube, right? On Act.tv's YouTube. But then within the next 24 hours or so, I must have seen 4 or 5 different articles from different places coming in, Port Side or Huffington Post or whatever. Bunch of articles, a lot of people covering that same topic. I just find it interesting that he was out in front of that for or Act.tv was, at least for one news cycle for an entire day.
How bad is black on black crime, and why is it a thing? It's good that you asked. happen to have an answer to that one, actually. I started looking way back. How long has black on black crime been a thing? And is white on white crime a thing? So I went all the way back. This was a paper dated from 1985 from the Office of Justice Programs.
85.
Which showed the data from the 1981 National Victimization Survey, and this is violent crime victimization, reveals that more whites are victimized by whites, 77%, than by blacks, 17%, and more blacks are victimized by blacks, also 77%, than by whites,
The same.
14.4%. Although violent crime by white offenders is apparently strongly intra-racial, meaning white on white crime, in that 96.9% of the white offenders choose white victims. Violent crime by black offenders is apparently predominantly interracial, with 55.2% of the black offenders choosing white victims. So this was back in the 1980s, okay? So as far back as 1981, we're talking almost 40 years ago.
Oh.
Even 40 years ago, the trope of black on black crime would have been a shitty trope, because apparently 77% of all white people in 1981 who were violently attacked or murdered were attacked by other white people. I wonder how this plays out throughout the years. Let's see.
Let's see.
This was from Matty Iglesias. He wrote this back in 2015. Blacks represent 13% of the population, but commit 50% of the murders. 90% of black victims are murdered by other blacks, writes Times Joe Klein, calling for, quote, provocative thinking on race in America. The facts suggest that history is not enough to explain the social disaster. Yet the disturbing truth, according to the FBI's most recent homicide statistics, is that the United States is in the wake of an epidemic of white-on-white crime. Back in 2011, the most recent year for which data is available, a staggering 83% of white murder victims were killed by fellow Caucasians.
Bingo.
83%. And we make up like more than half of the country. I don't know. I'm starting to think there might be a scourge of white on white crime that we have to talk about here.
Nice.
I mean, I keep hearing black on black crime and like people shout it from the mountaintops like it's like a serious ass problem. But if 83% of white people are killing other white people,
Nice.
I mean, where are the protests? Why are we not out in the streets protesting white on white crime? This is obviously a problem. Now, this isn't to say that white people are inherently prone to violence. Most whites, obviously, manage to get through life without murdering anyone. And there are many countries full of white people, Norway, Iceland, France, Denmark, New Zealand, and the UK, where white people murder each other at a much lower rate than you see here in the United States. So it turns out that both white on white and black on black crime are more problematic in America than in other countries where they have an actual civil society. I know. Crazy thoughts, right? On the other hand, although people see less criminal behavior as a symptom of poverty, the quantity of murder committed by white people, specifically in the United States, casts some doubt on this. Per capita GDP is considerably higher here than in France, and the white population in America is considerably richer than the national average. And yet, we still have more white murders. To understand the level of cultural pathology at work here, it's important to understand that 36% of those killed by whites are women, a far higher share than you see with black murderers.
Really?
Why are we not talking about this scourge? Is this not a social issue? I mean, everybody wants to go out and scream about black on black crime. Why are we not talking about the fact that 83% of all white people are killed by other white people, and more than a third of them are women?
Because of the patriarchal racist shithole country this is?
No? Nothing? Okay, let's keep rolling. Hey, this is from 2016, looking back at 2011 crime statistics. Let's see. Most of the conversation surrounding crimes involves black people who selfishly take all the credit for being criminals. Blacks are notorious for being called thugs and gangsters, but the real MVPs, most violent people, are whites. Every day in cities across the country, people die at the hands of white people. What's more, they're killing their own kind, according to the U.S. Department of Justice statistics. 84% of white people killed every year are killed by other white people. That was as of 2011. Let's keep moving. Hey, FBI expanded homicide statistics. There you go. Department of Justice. This is from 2018, just 2 years ago.
So I think we know where this is going,
More than
right?
3,300 white people were killed.
We
The
know where
race of
this
the
is
offender who
going.
killed them, more than almost 2,700 were white. In case you want to do the math, and I've already done it, 81%.
Yeah.
Just saying. White people. Come here, look. I'm white people, right? Let's have a little talk. White people are white people. Stop killing white people. Y'all have a problem. You're literally addicted to killing white people. This is pathological. From the Ohioan, Cleveland.com. Why are we talking about black-on-black crime? Here we go. When someone commits an act of terrorism in the United States, which rightfully leads to anger and sadness, no one asks, well, what about how many Americans kill other Americans each year? Because that'd be crazy now, wouldn't it? It's a good point. I mean, after 9/11, when, what was it, close to 2,000 people died when the towers came down? Did anybody turn around and go, but wait, Americans killed 14,000 Americans this year. Why don't we talk about American-on-American crime? I don't recall seeing that sentence written down, typed out, or read off a webpage anywhere. Not once. Crazy how that sounds, huh? But by all means, let's talk about black-on-black crime. You've probably heard a statistic like this before. The majority of black people murdered are killed by other black people. That's true, but also misleading. The overwhelming majority of white murder victims each year are killed by white assailants, as we've just read.
So I think we know where this is going. I think I love James. I like it, but I got it. And there's going to be a bunch more. There's a bunch of more. Let's go to the end. Let's go towards the end, and I'll put it back on regular speed. Let's find the wrap up on this instead of
Stopped and frisked were white. 2018, 10%. 27 people are just they're animals and they're savages and they possibly can't police themselves. Look at them. They can't stop killing each other. They just love killing each other. It's what they do. Okay, so every time you hear that, you have to know that crap
nice
is a gigantic dog whistle. And once again, if you're listening to that dog whistle and you're thinking it's really sounding loud and annoying, it's supposed to be, just like all the idiots screaming out dog whistles all day. So please, don't believe the hype, everybody, because only 9% of white people are stopped and frisked, which is why the number of white criminals is so much lower. Yet, 80 to 85% of all white people every single year who are murdered by other white people.
right.
Don't believe the hype, everybody. Anytime you hear about black-on-black crime, ask about the scourge of white-on-white crime and when we're going to do something about that shit, okay? Thanks, gang.
Nice. So if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, do it. Act.tv YouTube channel. He's got a new one. Even Fox News knows that Tucker Carlson is lying trash. I think I'll leave that to you to check out if you want to. Nice. What else we got here? Marxism, the Afro-American militant, he defends himself. I don't remember this is a must-watch. All power to the people. Well, if it's all power to the people, then it's a must-watch. Oh, this is Kwame Shakur. Did we see this last night? Hold on. We may have watched this last night. If it's the same.
Welcome to a
yeah. This is Willie Chino's thing. All right. Nice. I got a friend request from Kwame on Facebook the other day. I was like, oh, okay. He might know that I'm sharing his stuff. I don't know. That's cool. That's what I like. I like the boost. I like the signal boost, right? I like to find things that are worth looking at. And I like to signal boost it. Oh my God, Chomsky in this fucking letter. All right, I haven't read this letter. I don't know if anybody knows about this. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I'm sure there's anarchist channels that some of you visit. But so let me just make sure we're in the right place here on the screen. So just for the record, I have been a Chomsky fan in the past. I've been a large Chomsky fan in the past. I even have a Noam Chomsky right there. I've shown it on the screen and pictures of anyway. A Noam Chomsky. So read it. It's pretty basic free speech stuff. So I have a bias going into this. I'm more Pariente than I am Chomsky. Right? So I kind of left that anarchist circle and moved into the red corner, right? So I do realize that. But I saw that he signed this letter, and I saw some buzz about it, and I thought, well, let me see. A letter on justice and open debate. And this letter was written by, I don't know, but a bunch of people signed it. Is that the deal? So July 7th. The below letter will be appearing in the letters section of the magazine's October, blah, blah, blah. Our cultural institutions are facing a moment of trial. Our cultural institutions are facing a moment of trial. Powerful protests for racial and social justice are leading to overdue demands for police reform. Oh, I don't know anybody who's asking for reform. I want to abolish the police. Along with wider calls for greater equality. How about actual equality? That would be the demand. And inclusion across our society. Not least in higher education, journalism, philanthropy, and the arts. Really? Is there a greater call for... Okay. But this needed reckoning has also intensified a new set of moral attitudes and political commitments that tend to weaken our norms of open debate and toleration of differences in favor of ideological conformity. So there's a problem. People are calling, for things to get better. So, and this is a needed reckoning. I like a good reckoning. A good reckoning is that's a good thing. Plus, it sounds apocalyptical. It's the final countdown. It's a good reckoning. It's also intensified a new set of moral attitudes and political commitments that tend to weaken our norms of open debate and toleration of differences in favor of ideological conformity. Well, okay, maybe, right? As we applaud the first development, we also raise our voices against the second. The forces of illiberalism are gaining strength throughout the world and have a powerful ally in Donald Trump. The forces of illiberalism, who represents a real threat to democracy. See, I'm already cringing. I am listen, this is how I'm feeling on this. I'm already cringing at this letter. A threat to our democracy? There's no fucking democracy in this country. Just saying that or having that as a premise and saying Donald Trump is threatening the democracy tells me that this is written by a liberal. This is written by a class enemy. That's how I'm feeling right now, but I haven't gotten through the whole thing, but I'm already kind of this is a true reaction. Okay, a react Andy? Is that what you call it? But this is really my reaction right now. But I could be wrong. I could be misunderstanding it, and we'll see where it goes. But I don't agree, and I don't think anybody should think that we live in a democracy and that Donald Trump is the one ruining it. No. Trump is a bad manager for the ruling class, and he's fucking up. But democracy for whom? Democracy for whom? But resistance must not be allowed to harden into its own brand of dogma or coercion, which right-wing demagogues are already exploiting. Oh, are they? I don't know. I don't listen to any honestly, I don't listen to any right-wing demagogues. I think there's personally, I think there's better things to do. Don't give them your eyeballs. Don't give them your ear holes. All right, so some right-wing demagogues are exploiting it, right? Okay, what? Because they have a platform called the mainstream media? Okay, well, The democratic inclusion we want can be achieved only if we speak out against the intolerant climate that has set in on all sides. Get the fuck out of here. The intolerant climate on all sides. They're very fine people on all sides. Very fine people on all sides. And there's an intolerant climate on all sides. And that's trash. Yeah, you know what? I don't tolerate Nazis. Don't tolerate it. Don't tolerate racists. Don't tolerate it. All sides. Yeah, this is already pissing me off. The free exchange of information and ideas, the lifeblood of a liberal society. Well, you know, I guess this is really the problem. This is coming from a liberal perspective. They think we have a nice democracy here, and Donald Trump is ruining it. You know, and it's a free exchange. The Nazis get to say what they want. The communists get to say what they want. The Demsosh get to say what they want. The bigots get to say what they want. The Christian Taliban gets to say what they want. Everybody gets to say what they want, right? The free exchange of information and ideas is the lifeblood of a liberal society. It's daily becoming more constricted. Yeah, because it's not okay to be a racist piece of shit. It's not okay to be a Nazi. It's not okay to be a bigot. You don't just ask nicely and have, you know, robust debates. If robust debates worked, well, you know, we'd have nice things. While we've come to expect this on the radical right, don't call them radical. Who calls them radical? They're reactionary. It's like, do you feel me on this? Like, there are so many problematic words with this from my viewpoint. From, oh, yeah, the left pole of the Twitchosphere. Welcome. There's plenty of room over here. There's like me and 3 people. Come on. Come on into the left side. Come into the red corner. I'll leave the light on for you. Yeah, so we've come to expect this from the radical right. Now, there is no fucking thing. Just get your words right. The reactionary right and the radical left. And the radical left is good. Reactionary, bad. Radical good, reactionary bad. Don't use bourgeois terms and language. Don't do it. Excise it from your vocabulary. Censoriousness is that a word? Censoriousness. Wow, that's a word. Nightbot, is censoriousness a word? Please, Nightbot, is Magic 8 Ball, is censorious a word? I love that. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Is also spreading more widely in our culture. And intolerance of opposing views. No, these aren't opposing views. When somebody says that, you know, that person's not allowed to exist, or I'm not allowed to exist, or when somebody is so full of hate that they want to, you know, hang you, put you in an oven, that's not an opposing view. That's not an opinion, man. That's a real danger to human beings. And it really needs to be stopped. Fuck. What is this liberal shit? Chomsky signed this? Widely in our culture. An intolerance of opposing views. A vogue for public shaming. Yeah, I'm good with that. Public shaming, ostracism. If you're a horrifying piece of shit, fuck you. And the tendency to dissolve a complex policy. Oh, there's nothing complex. Complex policy issues? Please. and a blinding moral certainty. Or maybe it's not a, yeah, whatever. We uphold the value of robust and even caustic counter speech from all quarters. All right, liberal. Okay, liberal. Okay, liberal. Jesus fucking Christ. But it is now all too common to hear calls for swift and severe retribution in response to perceived transgressions of speech and thought. Well, look. There's something there, right? Perceived transgressions of speech and thought. That's okay. But, if somebody's a Nazi, fuck that Nazi. The slippery slope of liberalism. More troubling still, institutional leaders, in a spirit of panicked damage control, are delivering hasty and disproportionate punishments instead of considered reforms. Again, listen, if you're on the left, if you're truly on the left, you'll take the reforms, right? Those are like transitional demands. But really, we're not looking for reforms. That's not the goal. I don't know any leftists, actual leftists, that are only looking for reforms. I know Democrats and liberals that are looking for reforms. I know some folks who identify as conservatives who support the superstructure as it is. They're in support of reforms because they know what happens if they don't start, giving some back. They know they could lose it all. We got the New Deal because there was a real possibility of a revolution in these United Snakes of America during the Great Depression. We got the New Deal because they were afraid that what happened in Russia just 10 or 12 years before, 15 years, could happen here. So, Roosevelt went to his fellow classmates in the ruling class, and he said, "Hey, we're going to have a revolution. We're going to lose it all, but so we got to do something. We got to put them to work. We got to, show we care. We got to save some of them. We got to win them over. And guess what? We have to pay for it." Half of that group said, "Yes, you're right. Let's get on board." They're the liberal ones. The other half said, "No fucking way." Well, they're the more conservative ones, the real Nazi ones, right? So that whole class, they had an argument within themselves, and Roosevelt convinced enough of his own class to cough up the money and create their New Deal and get people out of the pain and get them through. Things are thank you, Nightbot. Things are fucked up and shit. All right, so let me go back here. I do this. That's one of the things about me when I read these. It's just my mind is going, and then the mouth starts going. Editors are fired for running controversial pieces. Yeah, so this is probably a reference to the editor at the New York Times who got fired for being a horrifying piece of shit and running that Tom Cotton piece. Does everybody know about that? But I'm pretty sure that's what that's referring to. Yeah, editors are fired not for running controversial pieces, but for being uncontroversially a piece of shit and doing super Nazi stuff, super Klan stuff, and then trying to say, "Oh, it's my free speech." This is a horrible letter. I'm sorry. Books are withdrawn for alleged inauthenticity. I'm not even drinking tonight. I got water, babies. Ian Berman, Baruma at NYRB, New York RB. I don't know what that is. NYRB, New York. Journalists are barred from writing on certain topics. Professors are investigated for quoting works of literature in class. Boy, it would be really nice, a letter like this, if there was citation, but I believe I'm understanding most of this. Researcher is fired for circulating a peer-reviewed academic study. Don't know about that one. And the heads of organizations are ousted for what are sometimes just clumsy mistakes. Well, yeah, if you're the head of an organization, I mean, like the captain, is responsible for the ship. Whoever he puts in charge, the buck has to stop somewhere. So I mean, all right. Whatever the argument around each particular incident, the result has been to steadily narrow the boundaries of what can be said without the threat of reprisal. Yeah, and that can cause a chilling effect. That can cause a real chilling effect, and that can be problematic. But it depends on the class character. There it is. It's always coming back to that, right? Depends on the class character of the forces that are bumping up against each other. I am perfectly fine with narrowing the boundaries of what can and can't be said. I'm fine with it. But as long as the working class is the one who decides what those boundaries are, not the ruling class. They don't get to decide. Not in the world that I want to build. Not in the world that I want to live in. Not in the world that kids and grandkids, want to live in. We don't want this fucked up world that the grown-ups have birthed and nurtured and saved and fed until it got so fat and gluttonous and violent. We don't want this world. Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, communist? No, we would like we would like to, we would like to do away with that stuff. So yeah, I'm okay with narrowing the boundaries. I don't think a billionaire should have the right to exist. I mean, he can live, or she can live, or they can live. They just can't have $1 billion. Or 100 million. I mean, like, this is it. It's, when you have a system that produces that, you get what we've got right now. And I don't know if you looked around lately, and I'm sure you have, but it's pretty shitty. There's a lot of shit going on. And it's because of the way the society is structured in relationship to the means of production. It's the mode of production called capitalism, and it's fucking killing us all. So I am all for changing that social order and the economic order and narrowing the boundaries, in favor of the working class, for the working class, by the working class. We're already paying the price in greater risk aversion among writers, artists, and journalists who fear for their livelihoods. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you afraid to say the right thing because you might lose your job? Welcome to the fucking club. Most people on this planet are in fear. But what about the writers and the artists and the journalists who fear for their livelihoods if they depart from the consensus or even lack sufficient zeal in agreement? All right. So yeah, okay. All right. If I'm going to worry about somebody who's making $7 million a year writing editorials for the New York Times, and am I really going to worry about Thomas Friedman, or am I going to worry about no, I don't give a fuck about people like that. Please. All right. The stifling atmosphere will ultimately harm the most vital causes of our time. This stifling atmosphere will ultimately harm the most vital causes of our time. Really? Okay, maybe. The restriction of debate, whether by a repressive government, really? or an intolerant society, well, invariably hurt those who lack power and make everyone less capable of democratic participation. See, this is going to the underlying assumption that we have any actual power in any kind of that our participation in the democracy fucking matters. This is some liberal bullshit right here. Oh, you're not gonna talk to the Nazis. You're gonna punch Richard Spencer when he opens his mouth. Oh, you're shutting down debate. What is this like this is like a pro debate bro thing? What is this? The restriction of debate, whether by a repressive government or an intolerant society, invariably hurts those who lack power. No, I don't think so. And makes everyone less capable of democratic participation. How about we just drop the illusion that it's a democracy or ever was for anyone other than rich, wealthy white men. And then, over the decades, but only for the rich. How about we drop that kind of like just the underlying part of it's just so liberal. It's trash. The way to defeat bad ideas is by exposure, argument, and persuasion. This is not by the way to defeat bad ideas is by exposure, argument, and persuasion, not by trying to silence or wish them away. Well, nobody I'm not wishing Nazis away. I think there's ways to defeat them. But talking to them? No. Talking to a racist? Like debate broing some bullshit with some backwards person? No. Now, talk to, engage, explain, listen to those who are moving left and want to come to the red corner. Great. But this thing is not I'm not feeling it. As you can tell, we refuse any false choice between justice and freedom. I don't know who's making that. Who's saying that we have to choose between justice and freedom, which cannot exist without each other. Any false choice between, is this like some is that a red herring or a straw man? I don't even know what that is, but it could be just because I don't know what it is. As writers, we need a culture that leaves us room for experimentation, for risk taking, and even mistakes. Well, all right. We need to preserve the possibility of good faith disagreement without dire professional consequences. It's really nice that they have professions when a lot of people can't eat. It's really nice that they're worried about their professions when people are homeless, when people are dying because they don't have health care, when people are dying because the ruling class wants us to get back to work so they can make their profits. I don't give a fuck about this writer and his salary, his profession. There's plenty of working class people that write beautiful, smart, intelligent, well thought out, truthful news and analysis. Plenty of people. They're the communists and the socialists. Workers.org. Perfect example. Workers.org. Look at that newspaper. Nobody's getting paid. And I promise you it has a better take on everything than the New York fucking Times ever has. I don't get. We need to preserve the possibility of good faith disagreement. Well, yeah, there is always going to be good faith disagreements. That's without. And here's the problem, I guess. Like without the dire professional consequences, And I guess it really comes down to, you know what? We don't need you. If you're getting millions of dollars a year or hundreds of thousands of dollars to write, I don't think you're in the struggle. I don't think you count. You're certainly not homeless. You're certainly not struggling to feed yourself. You're not getting choked out by the pigs. I'm overmodulating, I know. You're not like I'm really surprised how angry I get just reading this. But I did not I came across it a couple times in my news feed. Different people shared it. And I looked at it a couple times and said, well, I'll save this for the stream and I'll get to it. I don't know if this is a couple of days ago or whenever. But and quite honestly, I don't know what other people's takes are. But this is mine, just on a first read through, and it'll probably be the only read through I do. We need to preserve the possibility of good faith disagreement without dire professional consequences. If we won't defend the very thing on which our work depends, we shouldn't expect the public or the state to defend us. Well, yeah. So I'm the public, and I'm not defending you. And the state will probably defend you to some extent. But I think this is trash. I think this is a trash take. The only way this makes sense is if you're literally a liberal. Right? If you're a liberal and that's where you are in your political development, you look at this and you go, well, yeah, this is right. And the only problem with that is your political education has not arrived yet. And you're being played. You're being played by the bourgeoisie. Cole. Welcome back. Oh, I just went on a little rant. 100% without alcohol. Pretty cool. So I've been looking at this thing. Harper's Magazine published a letter on justice and open debate. And then it was signed by a bunch of people. And I read it, and the more and more I read it, like every line, every couple of lines, I was finding something. I was like, Jesus Christ. And I just think this is trash. This needs to be set out in the dumpster. This is like raccoon food right here. That's what this is. This is trash, literal trash, raccoon food. And they're equating, basically they're making the argument. We can't write anything because of cancel culture. All of a sudden, there's a chilling effect, and we can't, us professional writers, we're afraid we're going to lose our jobs if we do just a little bit something wrong or if we get a bad take. They're making the argument, that there's very good people on both sides. They're saying that it's actually good to talk to Nazis, to platform Nazis, or any other kind of bigot. They're saying we should just all talk, and to save our democracy, we need to be able to talk these things out. So they already start with a bad assumption that we actually have a democracy. Like, please, democracy for whom? For people who make $13 million a year writing editorials for the New York Times or the Washington Post? Somebody with a $6 million contract? Somebody like, yeah, democracy for them. Some of those people, that editor that just lost his job at the New York Times for being trash, he should give all that fucking money back too, because he's trash. And so yeah, I'm a little, I hate to say triggered, But these are the kind of things that make me. They don't make my head explode. I know. But they get me riled up. So I've gotten through the whole article now that I've recapped it, and then let's see. Rutgers and da and wealthy jazz musicians and Lincoln Center, scholars and jazz musicians and writers and Louis Begg, historians, and look at all these people, very important, very, very, very well-to-do people from University of New York and from Princeton and Yale and oh my God, David Brooks. Well, no shit. Can somebody, Nightbot, how much does David Brooks receive in annual income? Somebody look that shit up. Fuck David Brooks. Seriously. Michael Brooks on YouTube. He's not going to lose his job for getting something wrong. If he has a bad take, people will call him out. We'll look at some Michael Brooks tonight. I bet I could find a bad take or two, but it's not the point. David Brooks is a multimillionaire. He's part of the fucking ruling class. Of course he's going to sign this letter. This liberal trash. Oh, and so Cole, this is what bothers me the most. Right here. Noam Chomsky. I'm not even going to bother. I have a Noam Chomsky because I used to love Noam Chomsky. I used to. And there's still you go back to some of his earlier work, manufacturing consent and all sorts of pamphlets and books about power relations, dynamics, yada, yada, yada. Don't ask him about Bolsheviks. Don't ask him about, the history of World War II. Don't ask him about Lenin. Don't ask him about state and revolution. He knows nothing about that stuff. And he admits it. Michael Parente, however, owns Noam Chomsky's ass in any kind of debate. Just because Chomsky can beat William F. Buckley in a debate doesn't mean he's right in his prescriptions on how to move forward. He's descriptive. Chomsky is descriptive of the way power dynamics work and how things work, I guess, foreign policy wise and yada yada. But he never tells anybody how to move forward and how to change it. And then he signs his name to this. Here. We have to protect our democracy. It's going so well. We don't want to lose it. Donald Trump is ruining it. Oh God. Where are the people? Where are the writers? Where's the person that works on a making sandwiches at a bodega who also writes for a newspaper? Signing. I see Princeton again. I see Rutgers. I see Harvard, Washington University. It's even the New School. Really? Jesus Christ. Really? Stanford Law. Well, yeah. Fuck all these people. You can do. Listen. You can do way better than reading any of the stuff that these people put out. Where are the writers that work the assembly line for $14 an hour at a Toyota plant in the South? Because they understand working class issues. They wouldn't sign this trash. Where's the writer that also, his job is sanitation worker? Somebody who's vital to our existence. Where is the sanitation worker that has to fight for a decent decent wage and union wage in here in New York City. Where is he here? No, they have a bunch of people from NYU and Princeton and Harvard and Yale and the Brookings Institute. Fuck these people. This is insane. Malcolm Gladwell, get the fuck out. I'm sorry. Do y'all know who these people are? Jake, get the fuck out of here. I don't care what J.K. Rowling has to say. Seriously. I want to know what the bus driver has to say. And I guarantee you, the bus driver, the ones that I know here, they knock a Nazi out. They don't put an equivalency between, those on the right and those on the left. And it's just a difference of opinion, man. And we have to respect a difference of opinion because that's how we save our democracy. This is such liberal claptrap. Princeton again, David Greenberg. Carnegie Endowment. Carnegie. Do you really care what somebody who works for the Carnegie Endowment thinks about the new direction in the new direction when people are burning down police stations? The new direction when people are losing their jobs for publicly being trash? Central Park Karen, fuck her. Oh, she lost her job. She got her dog back. Hey, like all these people, but yeah, it hurt me. It hurt me to see Chomsky. Like I know ever since the last 10, 15 years, he's been more his liberalism is showing more and more. I mean, he's never been a red, right? He's never been a red. He's always been very good at some things. And I used to always give him a pass because I was afraid of reds. So I was in that Chomsky groove for a long time. But I know better now. Oh, this is it just keeps going on and on. So this is all, because look, if you get all of the Nation magazine, trash. Who here? Raise your hand if you read the Nation magazine in 2020. Anybody? I didn't think so. Dartmouth, Princeton. Oh, here's one. Here's a CIA asset. Little somebody you might have known. Might have heard the name before. Gloria Steinem, anyone? Gloria Steinem? Anyone ever heard? Gloria thinks that this article that I just read, am I beating this into the ground? Is anybody bored of me beating this into the ground? Because I feel like I'm just getting started. This is why they make Valium. Oh my God. Chat, should I just move on? This is like, oh God. Look at it, just keeps going and going. Harvard, University of South Alabama, Princeton. Writers, authors, historians. Oh, I'm sorry you don't get to write fictitious history anymore, that people will call you out on your bullshit. Sorry, you're not allowed to whitewash history anymore, white person or person who works for white racist America. Stalin's fine. What do I think? I mean, I don't know. I never met him, but beat the Nazis. Beat the Nazis. Beat Hitler's war machine. His leadership ended World War II. So yeah, I'm okay. So God, in fact, one time at some point on the stream, we'll read Stalin on the national question. Not tonight, probably. It's really important, the national question. Now, Trotsky wrote on it. Lenin may have ghostwritten. There's some debate. other people have written on the national question, but it's kind of a fundamental thing that I'm on about sometimes. But anyway, so this letter was Fareed Zakaria. I'm just curious. Let's see. This is who. Whoops. Damn it! My keyboard is not. I wanted to find his Wikipedia page, but my keyboard is really acting up. Like really, like. So this guy signs the letter. Does anybody give one shit about this guy? He's afraid he might get fired if he has a bad take and he offends people. He is a servant of the ruling class. He's a multi-millionaire. He's an insider. He's a professional liar. He's a horrifying piece of shit as a human being. Political scientist. He's a political scientist. Well, when you're in the bourgeoisie, or you're a highly paid propagandist for the bourgeoisie, they give you fancy titles like, political scientist. It's crap. So all of those people are worried about stuff. They're worried about they're going to get fired or they're going to get canceled. But they're all multimillionaires. They're not on our side. They're not on your side. You know who's on your side? The working class. You know who's not worried about getting canceled for having bad takes? Now, and this is really you know who's not worried about getting canceled for having bad takes? People who don't have bad takes. People that have principles. People that are in the struggle and working for the liberation of everyone. Those people aren't worried about the new climate. They're not worried about losing their highly paid jobs as writers because they literally volunteer. So go to workers.org. Look at some really hot takes. Read these. Go there. Download the PDF. There's a PDF every week. But usually 12 to 14 pages, sometimes more. The PDF can have more. Or just 5 or 6 articles a day, all under a couple thousand words. Boom, boom, boom. Go to workers.org and read there. Don't like look at Harper's and look at all these multimillionaires, servants of empire, crying about how they don't like the new climate because they might lose their job if their racism shows. So that's my Jesus, I'm sorry. So that's my hot take on that. I see I did not completely dump the room. Which I'm glad. Oh man, I knew that was going to be a dumpster fire. I just didn't know how bad it was going to be. And I hadn't heard about who else signed it. I just heard Chomsky signed it along with like 150 other people. But my guess was, just in general, if he signed it and the liberals that I know agreed with it, then it must be trash. I just didn't know how trash it was. So I saw a question. Do I think Trotsky would have been a better or worse leader? I don't know. And there's no way to know that I'm guessing he would not have been as good. Look, I don't know. And it doesn't matter. The people chose Stalin over and over. So, have I seen this about New York cops? Challenge coins. No, I don't. I don't know what challenge coins are. Try to go to my other. This keyboard isn't really working right, so I have a little laptop over here. Is there a link? Can you put one in there, or is it? Do I have that restricted? Girly bear. Challenge coins. I can look it up real quick. Oops, wrong place. Sorry. Challenge coins, cops. I wonder if I can put challenge coins in pigs. Oh, my goddamn keyboard. See, that's the problem. This. So I have, look. So I have a pretty nice little, $90 keyboard. And all of a sudden it's like it's lost its memory of how far it don't go right. I can't do it here. Hang on, I'll do it over here. Challenge coins, cops. Oh my God. Showing the results for challenge coins. I can't share this with the screen, by the way, because this is a different device. It's my old laptop. The thin blue line challenge coins. Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, no, these are collector's items for now for some people. They'll be in a museum, one day. When capitalism is no longer a thing. Be like, yeah, back in the old days, this is what the reactionaries did. Yeah, no, so no, I hadn't seen that before. I put it look nice. What? You put it look nice? You think it looks nice? I don't know. I'm not quite sure what, but wow. Oh, you put the link in. Yeah, I don't see it. And so what I did is I went to a yeah, I don't see it. I'm sorry. I can't see the link. They are racist. Yeah, well. Yeah. We'd like to stop the racist. We'd like to stop platforming the racists. I mean, they can have their own they can go and Richard, look. People are going to use social media. Yeah, there may be a filter. Girly Bear, there may be a filter that all I'm seeing is ... right? So I think that the bot Cole, I think you're correct. Maybe if Trouble is here or you can DM me. Just you can whisper me. I believe the whispers are turned on. But I was working with Trouble recently. Trouble Damages has been helping me, and Leonoid have been helping me to kind of understand the Discord situation and clean things up and make things and to mod the Oh, by the way, we're never going to have VIPs here. This is the red corner. This is a revolutionary socialist stream. This is a communist stream. So we're never going to have VIP, right? But we have friends and allies. We have comrades, and then we have the Central Committee. So No, VIP is, very important person, right? Is that what that stands for? Very important person. And that we're all important. You like my red corner? Thank you. It'll be more red if I took this off, right? Is that better? But I got this calendar. I love this calendar. This was just a couple of months ago. When I first started hearing about coronavirus, I flipped this over at the end of December. Or January. This is February, I guess. But it's all street art. I love it. But I love this too. This is even better. This is hand painted from the market in Vietnam. Well, somebody take a snapshot of that and send it to EJ and Luna Oi. Yeah, paint your living room red. Absolutely. Paint it red. Paint the whole world red. Anyway, where was I going with this? Yeah, the VIP thing. So yeah, I want to recognize regular folks who come around regularly, right? I want to recognize that. But one of the things that I try to do in my life is I try to eliminate language that that I've got, that we all have, that we pick up because we grow up. You're going to be on an FBI list if you stay here too long. Look, everybody's got a fucking. There's no privacy. But I try to eliminate language that I picked up because I just happen to live in a bourgeois society, and VIP, very important. Somebody that's more important than someone else, and so, I try not to do that. Like in the nightclubs that I worked at, most of them never had a VIP section. Maybe one or two. But these were some down and dirty house music clubs, and they were banging clubs, but not like, oh, Paris Hilton VIP bullshit. No. Oh, I'm more important. I have more money, therefore I get, special treatment. That's some bourgeois thinking. And that's some capitalist bullshit. And so I don't want to reproduce that type of thing anywhere in my life, which would include this little red corner where a few of us get together, and maybe more will come. And VIP, special badges. I would be curious though if we could get different instead of the sword for moderators. Could we get like a hammer or a sickle, or a hammer and sickle, or a red star, something like that? Ooga booga ooga ooga, ooga booga ooga booga ooga booga ooga booga. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. You know that song, Ooga Booga? You know that? Yeah, the FBI loves commies. I'm sure they do. Well, it's really nice, right? Like we live in a very repressive and oppressive society, but we still have enough of bourgeois rights. We still have enough that people can get on. Oh, they're not? Okay, thank you, Treb. But the people can express themselves for the most part, right? I can advocate for a classless society, free from the oppression of capital. I can do that. And somebody else can say, "Oh, I think capital is great, and capitalists should rule, and the rich should rule." They can say that. Now, going back to that article we were just talking about, that was that letter that was published in Harper's. Part of what they're talking about there is a lot of people are losing their platform, their jobs, and their livelihoods. Gavin McGinnis losing all his social media. There have been people on, I'm sure, people on Twitch, people on YouTube, people kicked with huge Twitter accounts kicked off, right? So, it's a real thing that's happening because there's a sea change happening in the political consciousness of the general population. And because that consciousness is changing and it's expressing itself in these uprisings, I mean, just in the last 10 or 12 years, there's been so many. Maybe go back to Occupy and then just count forward, and then Ferguson and Baltimore, and right. So all of these uprisings, and now Minneapolis, and then all these statues are coming down. Like, there's a serious sea change going on, unlike anything this country has seen in living memory. The 60s didn't see this kind of uprising and change. There may be a perception that it was more tumultuous back then, but if you talk to people who were in the struggle then and are in the struggle now, they'll tell you shit is lit right now, and it's going to continue, and it's going to be even bigger and bolder in the future. And I don't need to I don't know, call for burning down buildings, right? Like me on a microphone. Like, I'm not the one doing that. It's the material conditions that people are suffering under that is motivating them to take action, right? So I know I probably wandered all over because I've got a few things on my mind and they all kind of connect. So this liberal claptrap letter that was published in Harper's that all these wealthy people signed, oh, poor babies, and then they're just full of lies. Oh, got to save our democracy. It's and there's good people on both sides, or we have to tolerate that which we hate, or we become that. I mean, it's liberal claptrap. And here's the thing, I keep saying that, but I haven't probably really fleshed out what I mean by that. But when you compare that sort of thought process, that worldview that gets you, that gives you that letter, when you dig into that and you look at how that comes about, well, they're pro-capitalist liberals. They serve Western imperialism. They serve the status quo, the superstructure that keeps the machine alive. And the machine is horrifying. It's a death cult. It's a death cult. And if we don't stop it, well, it'll kill us all. It may not kill the entire planet because, humans are just one. It's going to kill a lot of life on this planet. Capitalism cannot reform itself. It cannot be reformed. It's going to play itself out. A lot of people are going to get hurt. This is why you should join a revolutionary organization today. This is why you should join an anti-capitalist organization today, right? So, you think I'm gonna do? No, it's okay. Okay, be respectful like that. That's fine. Like, so I would say this, that the basic misunderstanding that people have is they've been propagandized and lied to and gaslit so much all their life, decades. Their parents were gaslit and propagandized, and their parents, and so, that's how you get a whole population of people that think it's okay to throw children in cages because they don't have the proper papers, or it's okay to hang black men and women from trees because, well, it's okay to call in a SWAT on, like we live in a really sick, so we live in a failed state, literally a failed state. Donald Trump and his fucking wall is gonna, keep all the Mexicans out. Hey, I got news for you. Your passport is no good right now. There's like 140 something countries. How many countries can you use your passport to go to right now? The rest of the world is like, you guys are off the fucking rails. You are off the rails, and you're not taking care of your shit, and people are dying, and we don't want that coming into our country. So now, all of these countries are saying, U.S. passport, you're not flying here. Like, wake up, people. It's just like, God. The Senate vote to extend the Patriot Act, allow the government to secretly collect info of your internet search history. Would using DuckDuckGo help? No, I don't think so. I mean, I use DuckDuckGo because I feel better. I feel better about it. Sorry, let me look at that. Yeah, I feel better about. Ow, God damn it! I'm sorry. Hang on a second. So I feel better using DuckDuckGo. I believe that the IP address can't see the traffic, but I don't believe that. Yeah, to be more non, you need Tor and VPN together, right? But also because I've been publicly out as a leftist for a long time, and I'm in several orgs, and I'm literally like, there's no way that I'm going to hide from anything. It's not possible. So I don't even bother most of the time, right? Sorry, I'm just in a little pain. That's all. Just in a little pain. A little pain. I'm in a little pain. And I can't think. Just give me a second. We're gonna take a musical break. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We're gonna take a musical break. It's gonna be great. You're gonna love this. It's my friend. It's my friend. You're gonna love this. I played it before. Oh yeah. Bring it.
I've been seeing things, sipping holy water. I've been out my mind from sunset to sun up. And I need to be the opposite of what they want from me. 2 feet planted firmly, but if you want it, gotta earn it. I don't want no handouts, still got my pride. But if my lights start to go out, I wanna know which side are you on? Tell me, am I on my own? Will you pick up the phone when I call? 3, 4, 5 in the morning, never know when they come and fight for me. Yeah. Would you fight for me? Yeah, would you fight for me? Yeah, fight. It ain't never safe, can't get no sleep. Oh, Lord forbid I get stopped by the police. Maybe I'll fly away into the sky where they can't see me. Keep my hands on the wheel, be careful not to reach. Don't speak too loud, like something's wrong when you pick up the phone. 3, 4, 5 in the morning, never know when they come and fight for me. Yeah. Would you fight for me now? Yeah, fight. Come on and fight, y'all. Yeah. Come on and fight now. Hey, come on and fight now. Can you see the signs? We're all just headed where we going in this life. And I don't have a knife, and I don't have a gun. And neither did Trayvon, Sandra, or Mike. And then I see the lights and pull off to the right. And now I feel afraid that somehow I might become another hashtag for an old half-ass reason. It's always the season, they'll dress you a heathen, the media. Don't it always seem to go? You don't know what you got. Believing in you, believe in the truth. It always prevails as long as you do. As long as you fight, as long as you try. I'll live on forever in your heart and your mind. Turn on your light, come on and rise. Don't give up hope, come on and fight. Would you fight for me? Would you fight for me? Come on and fight. For me, would you fight for me? Would you fight for me? Would you fight for me? Come on and fight, y'all. Yeah, fight. Fight, fight. Come on and fight, fight. Come on and fight, fight. Say fight for me. Say fight for me. Can you fight for me? Can you fight for me? Fight, 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 fight. Tell me you fight for me. Tell me you fight for me. Tell me you
Oh, yeah. Bring it home. Bring it home, drummer. Bring it home. Bring it home. I love this. Welcome to the Red Corner. Get up. Stand up. Come on. Stand up, fight back. Shari and the Howling Truth. Shari and the Howling Truth. I like to say it like that. I like that. Howling Truth. Yeah. Get over to YouTube it, and I put it in the chat room. Shari and the Howling Truth. Find it, like it, say hi in the chat. I think there's like 12 likes of that song. It just came out. Anyway. Just somebody I know. Somebody I like. Give it a like. Tell them Pinko sent you. All right. Where were we? Yeah, you made your peace with me and spied on? Yeah, well. Yeah, at least the ads are targeted. Yeah, you know, that's funny, Cole. That is when I first started noticing like how the microphones or the searches or the conversations in a chat box in a comment section in Facebook would suddenly show me ads. Maybe me and an old friend were talking about cocaine, you know, coke. Next thing you know, I'm seeing like ads for beverages. shit like that. I thought it was spooky. I thought it was horror. I was like, oh God, but then, as the algorithms get better and blah 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 blah, now if my wife is looking at, I don't know, a shower curtain, I start seeing ads for that, or whatever it is. Like if there's a search, or if I buy something, I bought a microphone or whatever, then yeah, I think it's perfectly reasonable that I'm going to see ads for different microphones, not the same one. I don't know why they do that, but I should get ads for shock mounts and scissor arms and all sorts of other gear that's related to microphones, right? So, but really, I bought a Go XLR mixer to do the not the podcast, but to do the stream, right? I'm still seeing ads for Go XLR mixers. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, this is not the efficiency of capitalism, please. But it's it's a little creepy, but the government spied on you, or still think, well, government spies on all of us. I mean, like, sometimes I'll joke and I'll like, good evening, citizens and victims of the empire, hello, Agent Smith, or whoever's keeping track of me over here in my red corner today. But I don't honestly think there's a human being listening, but all of this is being hoovered up. I think, was it No, it wasn't Taibbi. Maybe it was Taibbi back when I still read him. Was breaking the story, or I don't know. My memory goes, but about how the government demanded, hey, everybody, you have pipelines, but you have data lines. All this data runs through, and you route it, and you do this and that. Well, we're gonna put in a T, and we're gonna route a copy of it all into these servers, and we're gonna keep it. Basically, we're gonna hoover up all the information, and the politicians wrote the law. They passed it. The people who support the politicians, they're all on that list of people from that I read that Chomsky signed. They're all those are the people that make it possible for the criminals in DC to pass laws like the Patriot Act. So going back to the beginning of the show, when I was reading that ridiculous letter that 150 writers and historians and bourgeois people of note, those assholes that I was given some shit to, those people, they're the ones that make it possible that Joe Biden writes the crime bill, and Nancy Pelosi does this, and Mitch McConnell does that, and that we have this shit show that we've got right now. The ruling class has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. The ruling class has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. The ruling class has got to go. I would like to swap them out for a different ruling class, please. Oh, but anybody who's a ruler is going to be bad. It's just power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That is, again, liberal claptrap. It's trash. It's a trash take. If those words ever come out of your mouth, remember the bear said it's a trash take. It's just no. There's a major difference between the ruling class of a capitalist formation society and the ruling class of a communist society or a socialist society, right? Is it a worker state? Are the means of production owned by the people? Do the people get to decide what to produce, where to produce, how much to produce? Do the people run their own lives? Or is it, the motherfuckers that have the most money? The billionaires and the killionaires of the world. I mean, this is the basic question. Like, who do you want to run the world? Do you want you want Jeff Bezos and like really? Bill Gates? Zuckerberg? Do you want them to run the world? Do you want them to make the decisions about who gets to be in a position to make the laws that affect not only your life, but the lives of people all around the planet? Because make no mistake, the people in Washington, D.C. that run this mother, they're not running it, they're managing it. They are managing it. Trump isn't running shit. These are managers. And every 2 years, you get to change some managers out. Every 4 years, you get to change some managers out. Every 6 years, you get to trade some managers out in the elections, right? But it doesn't matter who's managing. They're all on the same, they all work for the same owner. The billionaires and the killionaires. And I think that's just like such a basic concept that is probably one of the hardest ones for people to really get their heads through, because they think, oh, well, no, it's not that bad. No, I saw, somebody speak, Bernie. I saw Bernie speak, and he really means it, and he's serious, or AOC or Dennis Kucinich back, 15, 20 years, like whatever. There's a whole unbroken line of different people that play different roles in Washington. And then on a lesser or on a smaller scale in the state governments, and a smaller scale in the cities, right? All of these people are aligned against us. Because I guarantee you, if you're watching Twitch and you're watching my channel, promise you, we're in the same boat. We're in the same class. We're in the working class. We may not have jobs. We may have 2 jobs. We may have 3 jobs just to survive. And we might not even survive because we might not have health insurance. And we live in a country that denies us housing, food, clothing, healthcare, if we don't have enough money to make a very wealthy person more wealthy. That's just such a basic. Things are fucked up and shit, Nightbot. Absolutely. Wiretapper is what you call it? Yeah, well, yeah. Boy, that goes back, Girly Bear. That goes back. Wiretap. Yeah, when the phones were actually wire. You're going to tap your phone lines. Oh. They profile extremists to see if they are violent, and you get to put a file in it, and you get to put it in a file that categories it. I'm not sure what this is. This is a side conversation I missed. I guess y'all are talking. I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Yeah, Trump's not that rich compared to most people, and he's actually he's probably not nearly as rich as he pretends to be, right? But like really, but we're getting to that point. We're getting to that point in Trump's time in the White House. Like, he said he's going to run the country like a business, right? So he's at that time where he kind of he's like, okay, when do I have to file for bankruptcy and get the fuck out of here and disappear? Because he's doing a hell of a job, right? He's doing a hell of a job, but he's given his ruling class masters. He's given them so much. Oh my God, the things that he's given them, the tax cuts, the austerity measures, the He's given them so much. And now, you know what he's giving his fellow ruling class people? He's going to give them a lot of superfluous workers dead. He's going to kill off a lot of people in this country by deliberately mishandling this deadly pandemic. It's going to fundamentally shift and change the way the whole society runs and is structured. Trust me, we're in the beginning of this. You don't have to trust me, but you heard it here first, right? The ramifications of not taking care of COVID like they should have. The ramifications of this are horrifying for us, for the working class. Horrifying. For the super wealthy, it's not going to touch them. Oh yeah, maybe somebody somewhere, right? But look, they have the resources, they have the wealth. They can literally shelter in place for a very, very long time, as long as some worker is working to make them things that they need. And they can hire private armies and security guards, private mercenaries to keep us from throwing them out of their high rises or their mansions, right? Like the ruling class will be fine as long as they can keep paying people to protect them. And it's the working class. This is why the poorest people are the ones being hit the hardest. It's the zip codes where the poorest people live. That's where the deaths are occurring in the greatest frequency. A couple of zip codes are not too far from where I'm at right now, in the Bronx and in the Queens. I said the Queens. In the Bronx and in Queens. If you're doing the math, the Bronx, if you're doing the Bronx is that way, that's uptown. And Queens is that way. That's east. I have no idea if that made any sense to anybody. What? Oh God, I knew it. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh God. Really? He did not. Oh. Ooga booga booga booga. What do I think? So when anybody, and this is probably more oriented to everyone else. When somebody in your group, in your presence, in a conversation, in a chat, like really, if anybody ever just mentions the Rothschilds, like particularly out of the blue, huge red flag, huge red flag that you're dealing with a anti-Semite. Not saying everybody, because like there might be somebody who doesn't understand the dog whistle. There might be people who don't understand that, but I'm not spending any time on that in here. In fact, I probably Treble or Leonoid, can we make Rothschild and also plural? Can we make both of those banned words in here, and like an automatic timeout? Not that I want to do it retroactively, but I think it would be nice to never ever have Rothschild or Rothschilds or Jewish banker. That's the other one, or globalist. Yeah, we'll leave globalist because it could mean other things. But there's some of those racist and anti-Semitic dog whistles probably ought to be banned. I think that would be cool. I think that would be great if we could do that. Oh, am I depressing you? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. I don't want to depress you. Hold on. I lost my place in the chat. Holy shit. How much did I lose here? All right, so oh, here we go. What's the average person supposed to do? I'm depressing you. Right, Cole. It can seem super, super, super depressing, right? Oh my God, they're so powerful. They're going to win always. They're always going to win. We're all gonna die. Well, some of us are. I mean, we're all gonna die, but right. Nightbot has an answer to that. Join an anti-capitalist organization today. Join a revolutionary organization today. Join a progressive organization. And when I say progressive, don't join a liberal organization. Don't join an organization that perpetuates capitalism and just makes it a little kinder, nicer. You know, like liberals. Don't look in, like, depend. I mean, but that's what I would say. There's plenty of them out there, and it really depends on where you live. If you know, but I would say this. And we can look at this. Hold on a second. Let me change my camera focus. Let me go back over here. Boom. So go to Workers World, workers.org, right? Join. Who are we and what are we fighting for? Who are we and what are we fighting for? Now, I guess I could read this whole thing. I mean, yeah, it's not that long, all right? I have not looked at this. I haven't looked at this particular thing in I don't know how long. But hate capitalism? Workers' World Party fights for a socialist society where the wealth, the billions and billions, the trillions, is socially owned, not just owned by the super wealthy. It's the wealth is socially owned, and production is planned for this purpose, to satisfy human need. What do you need to survive? What do you need to thrive? And in capitalism, it's produced for profit. Profit is the only reason. Profit is the only reason anything's produced. It doesn't get produced if human needs, if it can meet human needs, but if it's not profitable, it doesn't get produced. Literally, tons of food are thrown away. Goods are burned because they can't sell them for a profit, and they don't want to flood the market even more. I mean, it's such an irrational. Well, it's rational for the capitalists. It's rational for the ones who got themselves into that position. But anyway, let me read this for you. The outmoded capitalist system is dragging down workers' living standards. Yeah, my whole life, while throwing millions out of their jobs. Tens of millions now. Tens of millions. We should probably update this. If you're young, you know they're stealing your future, right? You know that, right? They're literally stealing your future. And capitalism is threatening the entire planet with its unplanned, profit-driven stranglehold over the means of production. Because, anybody who tries not to do it this way, tries to do it in a socialist way, they get strangled. They get sanctioned, which are war crimes. They get attacked. They get cooed. They get blockaded. So workers built it all. Workers built it all. Jeff Bezos didn't build shit. The workers build it all. It belongs to society. It doesn't belong to a handful of billionaires. See, I would have said billionaires and killionaires. But we need a revolution to make that change. You're not going to be able to vote your way out of this. You're not going to be able to vote your way out of this. Jeff And every I shouldn't just keep going back to Bezos, but he's the richest person in the world, right? This is his platform. Right? Free speech. Oh, the irony. Oh, the irony. But yeah, so it's the ruling class. They have everything. They're not going to give it back. They're literally telling us that we have to go back to school. That schools have to open, and teachers have to teach, and janitors have to janitor, and administrators have to administrate, and bus drivers have to bus drive. That the schools must go get open in September. And you know why they've decided that? Because the capitalists need the workers at work, and the workers have children, and the workers need a place to put their children while they work for the capitalists to make the capitalist profits. This is a terrible idea, and is a dangerous idea to open up the schools before you're ready to properly control for, death. But watch. The teachers are going to push back. You're going to hear a lot more of it in the coming period. In the next weeks, there's going to be strikes. There's going to be sick outs. There's going to be pressure. I mean, they don't have the right PPE. They don't have they don't have the capacity to do what's being asked of them in a safe way. I can't tell you how many in the last couple of days I've read. I don't know. I've read quite a few articles on this by sharp people. I know some sharp people. This is a thing, and there's going to be a real pushback by the teachers and the teachers unions, and other unions that are tangentially related to the educational system. Fucking Betsy DeVos, educational czar, minister, whatever the fuck she is. She does a press conference. She's got a bookshelf behind her. Not a goddamn book on it. Not a goddamn book on her fucking bookshelf, because she's not an educator. Oh, she's part of the ruling class, managerial class of the ruling class. Got shit tons of money. Her brother's at fucking, what's his name? From Blackwater and Z Services. War criminal, can't think of his name. Anyway, so that's why for 55 years, the Workers' World Party has been building a revolutionary party of the working class inside the belly of the beast. 55 years. I think it's been 56 years now. I'll have to speak to somebody about that. Cole, what do we do about it? You join a revolutionary organization today. You come around. You start participating in functions. You learn about the party. The party learns about you, and it doesn't have to be this party. This is just the one I'm in. I like this one. Your mileage may vary. There's a Freedom Roads Socialist Organization. There's a Revolutionary, what is it, RC? Revolutionary Communist Party. There's Socialist Party USA. There's the DSA. If that's where you're at, that's where you're at. A little bourgeois liberal, it's. But if that's where you're at, join the DSA. Jump in. See how it feels. See how it tastes. See what you learn. But then always keep looking left. Look for the more radical people. Look for the people who are doing dog's work. Right? Anyway, so we fight every kind of oppression, racism, sexism, degrading people because of their nationality, sexual or gender identity, or disabilities. All are tools of the ruling class. Tools of the ruling class that they use to keep us apart. This is so important. Racism, sexism, degrading people because of their nationality, xenophobia or something, sexual or gender identity or disabilities. All of these are It's what the ruling class uses to keep us apart, the divide and conquer, right? They, the ruling class, the billionaires and the killionaires of these United Snakes of America, they ruthlessly super exploit some in order to better exploit us all. They ruthlessly super exploit some in order to better exploit us all. Workers' World Party builds unity among all workers while supporting, you ask me, while supporting the right of self-determination. I had spoke about the right of self-determination earlier in the stream. Fighting oppression is a working class issue, which is confirmed by the many labor struggles led today by people of color, immigrants, and women. Workers' World Party has a long history of militant opposition to imperialist wars. Wars are bad. It's not good enough just to say, like the libertarian types, and they, well, we should stop these wars and bring the military home, and like, but they're not going to cut the budget. They're not anti-imperialist. They want to keep the imperialist project going, but there's a bunch of rhetoric about closing down bases around it's a smokescreen. It's a lie. People believe it. Even some of the people who Rand Paul might even believe it, but he's not very bright. Dr. Ron Paul, really? Come on, people. Y'all are better than that. We're all better than that. The billionaire rulers are bent on turning back the clock to the bad old days before the socialist revolutions and national liberation struggles liberated territory from their grip. Yeah, they're still bent about that. We've been in the streets to oppose every one of imperialist wars and aggressions. You ready to join? Boom, click the form. Somebody will contact you. And it's not like, oh, you click the form and then, oh, you get a card, you sign it. No, now you're a communist. Well, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. But if you're interested, you can go there. And I'm sure every other left organization has a splash page with an about and a join, right? So read them all. Read them all. Go to the RCPs. Go to Frizzo. Go whatever La Lucha. Go whatever org you find. Read the about page. And read the pitch. And see how it feels. Oh, does this make sense? Does that feel right? Do I want to be on a side that fights against, do I want to be on an anti-war side? Is that the side I want to be on? Great. Now, if you're all Semper Fi and whatever, and you think wars are great because, in wars you can get promoted and make more money, if that's your gig, well, you wouldn't be watching me, right? I guess. But, people do that. There's a lot of mid-level officers that are itching for another war because they know they're not going to get killed and they can rise up the ranks. Plus they get to kill people because, soldiers, that's what they signed up to do. The soldiers I like the ones that come back and join the peace movement. I like Willie Chino. I like Michael Preisner. Oh, PSL, that's another one you can join, right? I'm sure they have a statement like this on their website. Just happens to be the one I'm really fond of. So, that's, and if all of that's too heavy, find something going on in your neighborhood that's helping, distribute food. I'll give you a perfect example. We have some comrades, or actually they're not in the party, but they're very close to the party. And they live in a building, high-rise building here in New York, and there's a lot of, and it's a building where people with visually impaired people live, and there's there's some issues with for some of them getting food and during this time of COVID when they can't go outside. They really can't go outside. And the city streets and how are they going to keep their distance? And it's hard. It's hard. So there's a mutual aid project. And out of our office in New York, we have a place called the Solidarity Center. And out of that office, there are volunteers. There are people, performing mutual aid every week. They're bringing food. They're masking up and they're taking all the precautions. And they're gathering food and supplies and they're delivering food to this building, to these people that need it. Like, you don't have to oh, I'm a revolutionary and I have got a thing and I'm doing, There's a lot of ways you can participate. And basically you start where you're at. You start. Whoa, what was that? That was some noise. Did I get a follow? You start where you're at. And so not everybody's ready for all. What is this? Oh, sweet. Hey, Dude Snaps, party of 9. Welcome. I'm what am I doing? Oh, I'm answering a question. So the question is I'm depressing Cole a little bit because things are fucked up and shit, right? Things are fucked up and shit. And so it can be very depressing. So the question was, well, what do you do? So I'm like, well, I'm just giving a spiel about join a revolutionary organization today. And if you can't do a revolutionary organization, do some mutual aid. Like, everybody's got different levels of ability and skills and interest and do the cost benefit analysis of so find an organization. And I just mutual aid organizations, anything you can do. And as capitalism continues to choke itself to death because it's too stubborn to share, the capitalists, they're gonna choke on all their toys. They're gonna have all the toys, and then we'll all be dead. Or if enough people get their shit together, and organize and agitate and organize, we could have a very different world. We could have a world where everybody got an education to whatever level they wanted, absolutely free. We could have a world where everyone had a home, everyone had a job. We could have that world. We could have that world where nobody starved. We could have a world where nobody died unnecessarily. Meaning, they were too poor to afford health care. We could have a world where cops didn't, get away with murder every fucking day. We could have all that. We just can't have it with capitalism. We can't have it with capitalism and imperialism. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. It's a very good book. I highly recommend it. So let me go back here. So Cole, that's kind of my long version, right? That was my super long version because, well, I'm long-winded. Hey, I'm not even drinking tonight. He said, with a gleam in his eye, water. Just water. Just water. So, I got a bottle of white. I think it's rosé. It's getting chilled. We may have to tap that in the second hour. How long have I been on? Nightbot, how long have I been on? So anyway, let me look at a couple more of these in the chats because I missed a lot. Sometimes when I'm thinking and I'm doing my doing my thing. I kind of missed. Oh, I see a bunch of. Oh, good. Okay, we blocked some terms. Oh, CGen CGen 100 came back. Oh my god. See, thank you, Treble. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, CGen came back. How bizarre. Just so ooga booga. Ooga booga. Yeah, you feel like the Marxists are just using black people to further their agenda with the BLM thing. It's actually that what you just said is it's totally incorrect. I mean, you feel that way, so that's correct, right? I get it. You feel that way. Also, there's a lot of racists who repeat that question or that accusation, and they say it a lot in public on TV and on in other social media spaces, right? There are people who don't understand shit about Marxism who pretend like they know something about it and then say things like that. Like, I'm sure you did not think of that yourself. Like, you didn't come out of the womb. I mean, like when you saw the BLM thing happening, you didn't put it together. Ooh, the Marxists, right? The Marxists must be using them. That's not your original thought. I mean, I promise you picked that thought up from a fucking racist. Promise you. Now, you might not recognize them as a racist, but that is the kind of thing that the bourgeois power structure promotes. They promote racism. They depend on racism. So that sort of thought gets pushed out in articles, in tweets, in think pieces, right? Editorials in trash newspapers, otherwise known as corporate newspapers that people think is news somehow still in 2020. So that thinking, like, that was given to you, right? That was given to you by somebody, right? So anyway, that's what I would say about that. Dude Steps, party at 9. How was your stream, dudes? Am I familiar with what MIM? MIM the voice? Oh no, I'm not. I'm not. MLM, Marxist Leninist Maoists, right? That's a thing. But I don't. Oh, you know what? I did read something recent. Let me see. It's hard. That's MLM, not MIM, right? Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing that. Maoist internationalist movement. They think all sex is rape. You know what? Okay. I think I saw a tweet or a blurb on my news feed, and I just remember looking at it, and it was, I don't know, some people that I know have really good takes on things had posted it with a laugh react, and like, can you believe this is, and I read, I think I know what you're talking about. You can, are you allowed, can you put a link in it real quick? I'll bookmark it for later, or who knows, maybe I'll take a look at it now. But yeah, that's not a hot take. All sex is rape, and thus all communists should be celibate. Yeah, that's just some dumb fuckery right there. Like I don't know. I just, whatever, man. I just whatever. Oh, and yeah, and when I said that, that was a phrase. I wasn't. I actually apologize, because in case you think I was misgendering, I didn't. I certainly didn't mean that way. I was just like, wow. Yeah, all sex is rape. Sure. People can. That's the thing. People can. Yeah, it's been going around Twitter. This is a people's army, not a house of coyote. Like like here's the thing. Like I could show that to every single like activist, organizer, and communist I know, and there's not one of them who would give that. They would all go like they would totally like I don't know. Just it's not a thing. I mean, somebody wrote it, right? Somebody said it. I get that, but who's saying that? I don't know. Maybe somebody who wants to, you know, cause friction. I would just I have a hard time with that. That, that yes, trouble. Absolutely, yes, yes, absolutely. Thanks for that. This is the People's Army, not the House of Pets. Oh my God! Yes, they've been going around Twitter like you read their theory behind. Oh, really? It has it. Oh, I thought okay. You read their theory behind it, and it has massive leaps of logic. Right. So like when I say, like I often say here, I was like join a revolutionary organization today. Your mileage may vary depending on which one you get involved in. So just because you join one doesn't mean you're going to stay in that one forever and ever. Whatever you join today, it may not exist next year. Just a year ago, there were 40,000 people in the ISO, 40,000 USers in the International Socialist Organization, right? The ISO. Over 40,000. 40,000. Are you kidding me? Huge. My first experience with the socialist, a face-to-face conversation with a socialist, was at a socialist conference. It was literally called Socialism 2010. So it's been 10 years since I had my first conversation face-to-face with an actual socialist, and I was blown away. And I saw all these speakers and all these panels, and I was just blown away. These people were so not what I expected. I thought it, horns, the devil, like I was an anarchist, and they were all authoritarians, and I just had this mindset because internet, left book. So, and each one of these organizations exists for their own particular reasons. Meaning, like there's a reason and how they all came into existence. Their own histories, their own conditions that caused them to split or to form from. And I'm not. I am really, really comfortable with everything that's gone that I've experienced and read up and going back in the history and looking at Workers' World. Right? That's where I'm at. And so somebody might join that group you're talking about, Dutes. Somebody could join that group and really get a lot out of it for a while, maybe, right? Or maybe for their whole life. I don't know. And just have some really bad takes. And those bad takes can add up, and they end up making your informing your decision making process on what your line is going to be and where you're going to put your attention and what thank you for the follow. Thank you. Yeticus is now following Pinko the Bear. That's cool. It'd be a lot cooler? Be a lot cooler if you did too. It would. So I forgot where was I doing. I got distracted by my slinky and the new follow. So there's all these different groups, and it's not one size fits all. This is the right group that's going to lead the revolution. I mean, that's kind of I think that's magical thinking. I'm sure there are people who are thinking that of whatever groups they're in. I mean, people have different thoughts, right? But I feel like try one on, get to know them, do work, put the work in, get to know them, and if it doesn't start to feel good, talk to them about it internally, and then if it's not a match, move on, and find one that fits. Was he a liberal? I don't think so. Pretty sure he was the head of the Communist Party. Yeah, no, I don't think so at all. I also don't agree with people who say that China is capitalist, right? You hear that a lot, right? The ultras like to say that, and and they have their reasons. They point to the fact that there are billionaires, right? Um, so anyway, so that's. Oh, speaking of China, dudes, thank you for mentioning that. I got something for us. Hold on, I need refreshment water. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Switch back. Boom. Go here. Boom. See, I'm doing better at this. I need to go to events. So on Thursday, what is today? Today's Saturday or Friday? Friday. Today's Friday. Just coming up on Thursday. There's it's a whole seminar, not seminar, a webinar on China, particularly on China, by people who know things. People who've been there many times, people who have relationships with. So, I'm not seeing it. Hold on. It's I may not have registered yet. Hang on a second. So let's go. Let's do this. Oh, this keyboard. Jesus Christ. I've been having problems with. Oh, God, I'm not doing that. Here we go. Let's try this. So my keyboard is not working properly. So I don't need the page. I need Workers World Party. Oh, I see what happened here. We don't want to do that. All right, this is a real problem. I can't do it because of my keyboard. But next Thursday, 8 o'clock, there'll be a webinar. It's a Zoom meeting. You can register for the Zoom meeting. Go to Facebook or Twitter at Workers World and look for the webinar on China. I don't know the name of it, and I can't pull it up here because my keyboard is not working. But go there, register for the Zoom webinar if you want, and then you can be in that chat room with hundreds of people, and you can ask questions of the panelists and such. Right? It's not going to be fluid like this. It's not a stream. It'll be like, oh, hi, I'm so and so, and we're going to talk about this. My first guest is boom, and they're going to have 10 minutes to talk on one particular aspect. Then somebody else is going to talk. Somebody else. It's a webinar. It'd be like going to a public meeting and having a list of speakers, and they're going to cover certain things, and then there's going to be a Q&A, and it's going to be fucking great because I know everybody that's on it. It's going to be great. And that's on Thursday. Now, I'm going to be out of town on Thursday. It'll be the first time I've left my block. Well, 4 blocks. It'll be the first time I've left for since fucking January. But I've got to, and so I'm gonna try to use my mobile to put the Zoom webinar on my Twitch channel on Thursday. So you can since you're following me, you can watch it, but I won't have any commentary over it with the microphone or anything. Whenever I stream a webinar, I'm not talking over anybody or I'm just doing it raw, and then maybe I'll take pieces of it later for a stream. So it's all about, anyway. That's going to be on Thursday. I think it's going to be time Time well spent. Will I be hosting the webinar on Twitch? Yes. So, right. So, Cole, that's exact. I didn't see it because I wasn't on the screen. So, I'll play the webinar straight without commentary from my mobile device using Streamlabs. They have an app, right? But then when I get back, like on Saturday or something, whatever my first Friday or Saturday, whatever my first back here stream is, then I'll pull pieces of that out and I'll say, oh yeah, let's talk about this part. Let's talk about that part. China is one of the most fascinating. Look, China is the most fascinating and important subject you can be. I mean, the future of the world, right? There's so much that people don't know. So much that people don't know. And then so much that people think they know that is completely wrong. And it's Western capitalist propaganda. And it's crap and it's trash. And it literally, it causes this mindset in Americans, and you end up like Ooga Booga here. And like, then where are you? Trying to troll an actual communist and a grown-up. like what? What's that? Ooga. Do you like dogs? Let's find some common ground. Anyway, so yeah, that'll be great. It's gonna be on Thursday. But I have a bunch of videos on People's Video Network and at Workers World, but the New York branch. We've had a bunch of talks over the years on Cuba, on Venezuela, on whatever. You pick a topic, right? But on China, of course, and they're all over at Workers World, on YouTube. But I think the up-to-date stuff and what's relevant, what's going on today, right? And what's really funny is, like, it's not funny, but the amount of China bashing that's been going on. I saw an uptick about 2 years ago. I mean, we noticed it generally when Obama like announced the pivot to Asia. That was like the beginning of the new Cold War with China. But there were other things that the empire was doing first, but it was pivoting to Asia, right? Putting more resources and more military bases and having a more oh, hey Carpe, am I muted? Oh, hey Carpe, hang on. So let me fix. Yeah, I've got I have my Discord volume down right now, Carpe. Anyway, now I've lost my train of thought, but yeah, so to watch this develop, to watch all of this anti-China rhetoric and all of these hit pieces, all this propaganda, these like ridiculously just like made up out of whole cloth stories, and then the gullible American public just like, they read it on Yahoo News or they read it or heard it on CNN, so it must be true. Like the gullibility of, I mean, we can all get taken. We can all get taken. We can all get fooled, right? We can all get trolled, but you got to be a lot smarter than Ooga, right? But it's a thing. It's a thing. So maybe it's time for another. I don't know. Is it Carpe? I'll help you out now. I will help you out. I will help you out. Speaking of out, maybe a 10 or 15 minute timeout for Ooga. Maybe that's because I just literally I don't care. I don't care about your questions. You just shush. You don't get to dominate. You're not your takes and your trolling attempts and your racism and your bullshit. It was kind of cute because it's like, oh, let me play with you a little bit, but really, Grow up. Well, don't, whatever. Live your life, man. Do whatever you want to do. But maybe a little time out if you don't, stop doing that. I'm such a bad host. I don't know how to be nice to people like that. Hi, Carpe. You should be I got my volume up now. Can you hear? You in the stream? Carpe. You are in the stream, Carpe. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me or not. Type in the chat. Boy, trying to keep up. All right, Carpe, whatever you're doing on your end, you're not coming through. You're not coming through the Discord. But I can check. Channel 2, voice chat. Yeah, there it is. Sorry, dude. Don't know what to tell you. If you want, I can try to call you. I'm calling you now. I'm not even hearing it ring, though. Huh. Woo, there it is. I'm hearing it ring now. You're playing Sea of Thieves, is that right? Carpe, you there? Oh. What's going on here? Sorry, I got distracted. Cole. Cole, well, thank you for coming. Thank you for the thoughtful questions. I'm all about the thoughtful questions. But yeah, I appreciate it. You're quite welcome for the stream. I'm pleased to be here. You can't hear me in the Discord, and you can't hear me. This is fucking awesome. Oh God. So I just called you. Oh, I see you disconnected. All right. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, my friend. I believe it's on your side. We could check it real quick. Trouble, if you want to jump in the Discord. I don't know if you have a moment, just out of curiosity. Into the current stream. And then at least I would know. I don't know if it's working or not. Now I'm not showing up in my own Discord. Really? I'm in the current stream. In the oh, there you are. Hi, Paxi. Can you hear me? So there's probably a channel setting. Channel setting. I don't see permissions. I don't know. Permissions sync with voice channels. Yeah, this is probably not something that I need to be doing right now. Is going through this. Yeah. Oh, Trouble, can you hear me? So Trouble's here. So maybe, and I'm not hearing you. Do I need to screen share? Yeah, we should fix this. We should fix this. I am monitoring the. Oh, you hear him. You hear Carpe, but you hear Carpe in the. God damn. Really? Do. Does it have anything to do with the lock on the room? Or turn camera on, or video screen, or user settings? But you hear him, and I don't hear either one of you. So let me go back to my Go LXR just in case. So I'm on channel 2, voice chat, boom, routing. Oh, hang on. Routing, chat, line, headphones, broadcast system. Correct. Let's do this. What if I do that? Does that change anything for anybody? I just added the chat mic to the system. Anybody? Anybody? Did that change anything? Going once, going twice. Well. All right. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about that. Let me do we want to stay on that, or do I want to move on to a different topic? It's 4 o'clock. So here's the thing. It's 4 o'clock. People are dropping like flies out of the but let me just do a quick check. Are there any other questions? I mean, I can stay and talk for like another hour. I like to stay and talk. I really do. And I answering questions. I don't want to argue with anybody, right? I don't want to argue, but I'd be glad to answer questions, give my perspective. Oh, well, Tobel? Hi, Tobel. I don't think we've met. Yeah, I mean, the difference between neoliberalism, liberalism, and libertarianism. Well, which one are you interested in? Like, because that's a pretty broad question. You could talk about neoliberalism for a long time, or liberalism. I mean, you could talk about any of these things, but so how about I would say they're all trash. So the difference is they're all oppressive in their own way, and I'm not a fan of any of them. I used to be a libertarian, a United States type of libertarian in the 80s for a hot minute. I read things are fucked up and shit. Thank you, Nightbot. And neoliberalism is widely misunderstood by a lot of people. They think it's like a new kind of liberalism, like it's neo, because neoconservative was a new type of conservatism. The way it was specifically these liberals who had been lost their way after the Vietnam War, and they ended up becoming super. It's a certain type of conservative, a certain strain. So neoliberalism is got no relationship to socialist. It wasn't created by a socialist. It's not. There's like zero connection. So think about this. So just forget about what's in your head right now. Forget about what you think you know. Right? And so I'll give you my understanding of neoliberalism. All right, maybe it was. Okay. So today when we talk about neoliberalism, we're talking about the last, probably 30, 40 years of the American empire and the way it operates. And what the empire wants is it wants all of its vassal states, it wants all of the countries that it controls or manipulates, or some country that has oil or fertile land or minerals, and that country doesn't want to open up its borders to capitalist exploitation. So it wants to keep the oil for themselves because they're Venezuelan and that's their oil, it's under their feet, right? Well, the United States insists that that country liberalizes its markets. Which is a fancy word for let us steal your shit. And if you don't, we'll come in and kill you. Right. So it's really about liberalizing the rules. And liberalizing means no more protections for the workers. Let ExxonMobil come in and do what they do best, steal your shit and make profit off of it. So it's kind of this stage of capitalism that we're at and have been at for maybe 30 years. I mean, it's hard to say exactly when it kind of shifted. 70s, something like that. But it's a way to describe capitalism in this, later stage. The larger late stage, the stage we're in is imperialism. That's a different discussion. So anyway, so maybe some socialists said that word. Okay, but that's in the United States. When we talk about neoliberalism, we're talking about we're capitalists. We're talking about a very voracious. We're talking about some real predatory, finance capital backed by the military, fucking up the whole planet for profit at the point of a gun. So that's how I would put it. Of course, I know Allende, right? That's why I was saying maybe it goes back to this early 70s. Maybe it goes back to the original 9/11, right? Like, sorry, man, you won the election. Oh, sorry, we don't like you. You tend to be a socialist. Oh, and we don't like that because it hurts profits, and we would like to steal all your shit. So watch out. Here come the bombs. I know that was a long-winded kind of story to tell, but sometimes I'd rather work it out and just tell the story than give some book definition, because I think the words that I use you can understand. I don't know. Things are fucked up and shit. Yeah, and libertarianism is just what Republicans that want to smoke pot. I don't know. That's the joke, right? They're conservatives in the fiscal sense, right? But they're liberal in that they want to be able to smoke pot and cheat on their wives without, I don't know. It's trash. It's trash. But libertarianism in the rest of the world doesn't mean that. It's a very different meaning. This is why you'll see people say, well, I'm a libertarian socialist. People are like, what? Because in the United States, after 1965 or 55, but whenever Ayn Rand and that whole little grouping with Milton Friedman and all that, when that kind of shit started taking off, and the whole objectivist ideology and all this shit, so they took this name libertarian because it sounds very lofty, right? Libertarian. And they turned it into this right wing, just really backwards, reactionary way of thinking and being. And it's picked up a lot of steam over the years in the United States. It's picked up a lot of fandom. And the Mises Institute and these ridiculous economic theories that are just trash. Just trash. Dude, oh, your grandfather was a friend of Allende. Good for him. Good for him. Yeah, it didn't turn out well for Allende, but the people loved him and they voted for him, but this is this is what empire does. This is what empire does. Let us exploit you, super exploit you. Let us come and let us do this. Let us extract all the resources, or we'll send Smedley Butler and his army, or Colin Powell and his army, or Schwarzkopf and his army, or whatever. Or now it's a coup in Bolivia, or Ecuador a couple of years ago, or Honduras a couple of years. It's hard to keep them all straight, right? But cooperate and play with Washington, or face assassination, coup attempts, color revolutions, like this bullshit in Hong Kong. Please. Anyway, Thursday is going to be great. Thing on China. This panel is going to be packed full of people who know all sorts of really good stuff that I want everybody to hear. I know there's only a few of us here, right? It's kind of over here in the red corner. There's only a few of us, but that's okay. Fidel Castro started off with 24 people, or was it 12? I should know that, but I don't. Can't remember. All right, once everyone, let's catch up on chat. Catch up on chat. Ah, we are caught up on chat. All right, let me go back to this. Let's find another little something to look at. We've played her. We've done that. We've done that. I can drop that now. Do. All right, I'm gonna check my Discord. Because what I've been doing now is I've been saving things in the in Discord. It's a locked channel for now. It's called Prep July 2020. Prep. So I can get it. I can get in there. I think the Central Committee can get in there. Oh, yeah, this is nice. So I might try to get this guy on the show. Well, it's not a show. I don't have a show. It's a conversation, right? But he's a young man, Rainier, Rainer, Shea, Shea. I'm sure you can all Google him. He has a YouTube channel, a few YouTubes, but he's more of a writer and thinker. But it was funny because he quoted a friend of mine, somebody that I know from my Blog Talk Radio days, who's a Marxist, and he quoted a friend of mine. I'm like scrolling through, and it's like Chris Driscoll writes, and it made me chuckle because I was like, oh, I know Chris. I've known him for 10 or 15 years. Chris has taught me a lot in my early days. To get on the path to socialism, and then once I started, doing the work and being involved with organizations, then I decided to, join a party. Anyway, the wonderful thing about Marxist-Leninist approach to decolonization is that it's already been accomplished successfully by the Soviet Union between 1917 and 1922. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's there to study. Start by studying the way the Communist Party of the Soviet Union facilitated the transition from the Tsarist Empire to the Soviet Union, and how many nations, through a process of deep democratic debate, how many nations found their way to decolonization and to the decision to join the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Some, and this getting back to this self-determination phrase that we've spoken about a couple times, or I have in the last hour or two. Some nations of the former Tsarist Empire chose not to join the Soviet Union. And that's all right too, right? It's all right too, because that was their self-determination. The Tsarist Empire falls apart. The Bolsheviks take power. The people support. Now, what happens to that empire? That empire was only cobbled together through conquest over centuries. Wars over centuries. What about all those people? And there's, I think were there 120, 130 peoples, right? And how do you define a people? There's a bunch of different ways. I mean, you can study all that. This is one of the things that you do when you join a Marxist-Leninist organization. You study these things over time. It's not like, anyway. So some nations joined the Soviet republics. Some said, no, we're going to go our own way. So that's their right. That's self-determination. Poland and Finland, for example, they chose, independence rather than joining the USSR. Nothing was forced either on the nations that chose independence or on those that chose to help form the new USSR in 1922. I don't know. It's just one of those random things that I came across, right? I'm like these are ideas to grapple with. These are ideas to talk about. If none of that made any sense, like if you don't like it's hard to know like where we are as a do we have is this a community yet? I don't know. I've been here a couple weeks, but it's hard to know where everybody is, right? Because I'm the one doing most of the talking, and maybe I have somebody on, like my friend that I know from like was on last night, and we have some back and forth in the chat. But these are the kind of things that are on my mind, and I love to see it well put. Because I had mentioned self-determination earlier. Like, imagine, just do a thought experiment with me. Just think about this for a moment. COVID gets so out of control in the United States, and 6 million people out of our 300 million die. Maybe 12 million die. Right? All of the other countries tell the United States, fuck, because right now you can't travel anywhere with a U.S. passport. It's pretty useless. I have a map. I'll show you in a minute. There's only a few countries that are letting U.S.ers travel because of the way this COVID is being mishandled, and we're all so many other. But just imagine, just do a thought experiment. Say so many people die, the government loses all legitimacy in the people's eyes. It's not just one police station that burns down in Minneapolis, but shit goes down all over the country. The military is called in to quell the riots, but the military is made up of 40% black and brown people, mostly in the lower ranks and enlisted. The military refuses. Now you've got a fracture there. You've got all this shit going on, and it's on. It's on. So, the United States starts to, as we know it, starts to disintegrate. It breaks apart. The government is run out, just run out, literally run out. Like, storm the Winter Palace. And not enough of the military will enforce their direction from Herr Trump or Herr whoever. Do you think the United States, whatever entity, whatever political formation takes power, earns power from the will from the will of the people? Do you think that the United States is going to look the same, or are the people of Hawaii going to say, "Yo, dog, we're out. We were never a part of your fucking nation. We were colonized and we were conquered." And then Puerto Rico is going to say the same thing, right? Texas might even say the same thing. It might become part of Mexico again. Who knows? But it's the self-determination for the people. Now, the blacks in this country, they are a nation, right? When you talk in terms, when we're talking in leftist circles, and like, it's a nation. It has all the characteristics of a nation. Like, so self-determination is a super, super important subject. Decolonization and the native tribe, like, this is a big subject, right? And maybe down the road, I'll have guests on that can talk about this with real authority and real deep insights, and we can do that. Right now, like, this is just me living through COVID, needing an outlet and trying to reach some people. But this is not a project of the party. It's just like, But maybe I'll get maybe when I'm good with the switching and the software and the making sure, and I know how the Discord works perfectly, and I can promise that it's all good. You know what? I'll have some people on, and we can talk about these things, and we can do really interesting stuff here until we're shut down. Because sooner or later, the internet will be unplugged, and all our Bitcoin will be gone. That's why I endorse Ethereum. What do I think about? I don't have any thoughts on that. I really don't. I think the only people who bring that up constantly are people on the internet who don't belong to socialist organizations, who don't belong to activist organizations. I don't know anyone who brings up that subject. I'm sure there are people who are highly paid from, the CIA's black budget that can write whole books about it, and you can read about it and study them. But yeah, it's kind of irrelevant. It's irrelevant today. We're living through a period that we've never seen in living memory, where changes are happening really, really fast. Really fast. And so, so yeah, things are still happening. Really, things are happening really fast. I got distracted by a chat. So if you want to, people who want to and need to, for whatever reason, if they want to talk about this famine, or what decision, if you want a backseat game, is that backseat gaming? Is that a thing? If you want a backseat game, the history of this struggle or that struggle in any particular place in time, there's a professor for that. There's a bunch of them, and those are conversations that are probably best had between people who care about that kind of stuff. I care about people getting fed. I want children to have shoes. I want everybody to have health care. I don't want the police killing us. I don't want this shit show that we've got. And so, talking about Kronstadt or whatever, it's just not my thing. Not my thing. Do. Is that audio? Is my audio and video still in? Is it in sync? Oh, did we add a term, commies? Or did we change something here? That's fine. I trust you. I trust you, but I'm not sure what happened there in chat. I think what we had is somebody claiming to, be victimized by communism. Yeah, they'll take away your slaves. We won't let you, rape the women. We won't let you, super exploit people. We won't let you starve people. We won't let you kill people by denying them food, water, electricity, right? Yeah, all in for the DPRK. Oh yeah, butthurt South Korean. Yeah. Well, fash is gonna fash, right? Fash is gonna fash. That's what they do. And and they may not know. They may not even know. Like, look, they're sitting in a McMansion somewhere. You're sitting in a McMansion. You're sitting in a $1 million home, 7 bedrooms, and $300,000 worth of vehicles in the 6-car garage, right? Like, and you got a $10,000 or $18,000 streaming rig bedroom studio. You probably don't understand anything about capitalism, socialism, Marxist Leninism, Maoism, or any actual real history of anything. Maybe the history of video games. Like, oh yeah, in the beginning there was Atari, and Atari had a groove, and from that groove came, like the Sega and the Super Mario Brothers and the Space Invaders, and then came the Pac-Man. The Pac-Man. But wait, what about the Donkey Kong? No, Pac-Man was better. Like, people know that history, maybe? Gamers know that history? Or am I just really old? Am I the only one? In the beginning, there was Pong, and Pong had a groove. Boom, boom, boom. I played Pong. I played Pong on my friend's little Atari Activision, some shit. I don't know. It was on their TV. It was black and white, and I played Pong as a kid. You old too, Girly Bear? I love that name, Girly Bear. Space War. Space War. I played Pong on my friends, and then Asteroids. It was Asteroids, like at the movie theater. At the movie theater in like 70, I don't know, 77. Like Star Wars was out. So we didn't quite have arcade. Maybe it was Asteroids, and then it was Space Invaders and Missile Command, Galaxia, Donkey Kong, Dig Dug, all these arcade games. So that was like my high school. And we'd go to the mall, fucking pump in the quarters, make friends with the tech so you can get free games. Yeah. Oh, you had a Pong console? Nice. Yeah, I may be about your parents' age. I may be a little bit younger. I don't know. I think we might have talked about that. Yeah. So, I'm really disappointed that this Discord wasn't happening, because I would like to talk to you, Carpe. If you wanted to just come on and talk. Sometimes I get tired of me, Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Did not know. I don't know why the Discord thing didn't the Discord don't Discord for me no more. I don't know why. Let me see what else I put in here that I was interested in checking out. I just saved some things. Right. This is good. I like this. I follow the Center for Communist Studies. Now, is it a real Center for Communist Studies, or is it just a page that puts out good takes on social media? I think that's probably what it is. I don't think it's an actual Center for Communist Studies, but who knows? I could be wrong. Nice. The liberal will speak of democracy in general. The Marxist will never forget to ask, for which class? It's a quote by Lenin. The reason I put that I wanted to bring it up tonight. Oh, you can't see it because I never bothered to do my job. My job was to do this. Correct? There we go. So now you can see it, right? Now you can see it. So the reason I think this is important, to always ask for which class. Always ask which class. And the liberal will speak of democracy in general. The Marxist will never forget to ask for which class. Now, I started this stream, and you can go back and watch the VOD. In fact, I wish you would. It'd be really cool if you did. But there was a letter that's been making the rounds by a bunch of academics and some musicians, and it's a letter, and it appeared in Harper's, and it was, it was talking about, how there's a chilling effect going on where they're all these writers, and they can't do their jobs because they're afraid that they're going to say the wrong thing, it's going to be interpreted wrong, and they're going to get fired, they're going to get canceled, right? And Noam Chomsky signed it. And I used to like Noam, and I guess I've outgrown him, but I didn't think I'd be so angry. And I'm reading this letter. Somebody wanted to know what I thought about it. I'm like, well, let me pull that up. I'm reading it, and I'm like, God, this is a bunch of liberal claptrap. Trash, literal trash as well. It should be fed to the raccoons, and the rats. Who eats trash? Raccoons, I guess. So I'm looking at this fucking thing, right? I'm looking at this letter, and I'm reading it. I'm just getting angrier and angry. I don't know if you saw, but the reason I had to take a break is I had fucking angina. I had to get my nitroglycerin out. I didn't say that earlier, but I was really scared for a minute. So I'm reading this letter, and I kept stopping and saying, "This is what?" And I said, "Democracy from." Anyway, I did a real react video as I read it, and I couldn't believe the bullshit. It was liberal bullshit, and I called it. But this is exactly why. You have to ask for which class. Which class? So if you ever hear me say liberal bullshit or claptrap and track, it's not that I hate liberals. They don't get the wall or the Google. No. It's just that it's a point of view, a liberal point of view, that is inconsistent with revolutionary socialism and inconsistent with the liberation of all humanity. The liberal viewpoint is great if you're a millionaire or a billionaire. It's great if you aspire to be a multi-millionaire and you want to, and if you don't care about kids in cages, if you don't care about ICE and kids, if you don't care about the mass incarceration network, if you don't care about people starving to death or children, dying because they don't have clean water, or if you don't care that the residents of Flint, fucking Michigan, still don't have water that doesn't have lead in it, drinkable water. If you don't care about those things, well, don't come to my channel. I mean, literally. You'll be like that Ooga Booga person that, just don't. But if you care about that stuff and you're like, well, why do you say ask? It's okay, because that's what I'm here for. And so liberal claptrap is just kind of a way of saying, yeah, no, and there's a reason. And anyway, that's how I would. I don't know. That's how I can describe it. Oh, speaking of the map, remember when I said your passport is no good? Welcome to the shithole country. Oh, the places you can't go. Oh, the places you can't go. I'm not Dr. Seuss. I love me some Dr. Seuss. He had some great anti-Nazi cartoons before he became a famous child book maker. But here we go. American passports are worthless now. We'll just let this mellow. Excluded the places that require a 14-day quarantine: Ecuador, Ukraine, Ireland, I have a friend who's been stuck in Portugal for months. He's actually liking it. America is not united anymore, and it's barely a state. They have crashed right through failed state and into plague state. Unwelcome across the world. I need to make this bigger, I think. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. Can we do that? There we go. That's a little better. I don't know if I'm going to read this whole article because I only caught the headline, and I thought it would be worth talking about. We'll see how long it is. Your passports are worthless right now. Americans have gone from having access to most of the world to being banned from most of it. Today, Americans are only allowed in a few Caribbean islands and the Balkans. An American passport is now worthless. Worse than worthless. It's a plague. In the absence of a humane government, the United States is now ruled by COVID. Oh, I was going to say by COVIDiots. I really thought that was going to say COVIDiots. It's ruled by COVID-19. Welcome to the plague states of America. It's too late. Oh, look at that chart. Oh, look at that chart. Look at that. 50,000. 7-day rolling average. The number of confirmed cases is lower than the number of actual cases. The main reason for that is limited testing. But look at all. U.S. line goes straight up, straight up, straight up. Anyway, I don't want to get into the literally, I don't want to get into the details of this, but what I'll do is copy that. But oops, what I'll do. Listen to me, man. Listen to that. What I'll do is I'll put it in here. Paste. Damn it. My keyboard, I don't know what I'm going to do with this. I guess turn it off, turn it back on again. I can't even hit enter. There it is. It took me like 9 times to hit enter, and it finally went. Anyway, so I'm not going to read all this. There might be some good stuff in here. Like if I wanted to drag it out, right? But welcome to the club. Post-colonial bullshit and racism have made my Sri Lanka passport worthless for years. Now the American passport is worse. America has crashed straight through the third world into the fourth. Here's a list in total of all the places Americans can go. Most of them are small Caribbean islands. Right? All right. So we can read it, but like they're all tax havens, you know. Yeah. The plague states. Oh, that's a good flag. Let me check that out. That's a nice flag. I think I need it. Can I save image as? Boom. Damn, done. I like that flag. I mean, this is where we're at. This is where we're at, folks. It's well known how to stop this fucking virus. Vietnam doesn't have any cases. Socialist. China's back to work and did it right. Socialist. Not a problem in Cuba. Socialist. DPRK? Socialist. Like, this is like, oh man. I mean, I think I'm probably preaching to the choir, but I'm like, yeah. Oh, is that right? No cases. That wouldn't surprise me, unless it came in through China, right? Because there's open borders with China, right? Isn't it? People travel back and forth, and I mean, this is not. I was gonna say it's not rocket science. It's it's harder. but it's not impossible, right? It can be done. But as long as you have the profit system, as long as, you know, as long as somebody's got to make money off the cure, we're not going to be cured. But here's a nice little bonus for the capitalist. The capitalists have a surplus of workers. They have had a surplus of workers since about 1973, 75. But it's gotten much worse as robotics have caught on, all the offshoring of the manufacturing jobs, all of that, right? In fact, there's a really good book by Fred Goldstein about the looming. It was written in the 80s about what's going to happen in the 90s and the 2000s, like how all of this is gonna play out, and how robotics is going to cause this massive problem with surplus workers. Now, capitalists have found a way to do that, and that's to criminalize poor people, and put them in jail. That's how we have the mass incarceration situation here, because they knew that they're not going to need all these workers. And what are you going to do if you got workers, you got no work for them? You're still making your profits. You got no work for them. You know there's going to be a problem. They find a way to criminalize them and put them in prison. It's a school to prison pipeline. It's an actual thing. It's a real thing, and it sucks. And you should fight against it. You should find out more about it if you don't know about it, and fight against it. And that's one of the advantages of joining a socialist organization, a revolutionary socialist organization. But they know how to fix this. They're not going to, because there's no profit in it. But guess what? They could get rid of a lot of superfluous, extra, unneeded workers by killing us off, by literally killing us off. And they don't have to, round us up and put us in FEMA camps. The fucking right wing has been like screaming about that fuckery for a long time. Alex Jones and that crowd. FEMA camps, FEMA camps, FEMA camps. But my FEMA camps. No, folks, we're not going to FEMA camps. We're going to COVID coffins. You got that? No FEMA camps. But we do have COVID coffins. So, buckle up. It's going to be a ride. Clip that and ship that. America is a plague nation. Congratulations, Democrat Party, for being responsible for Donald Trump. If you're triggered by this, it's because you voted for traitors. I love you, Carpe. I know your real name. I know your real name. I might just leave this. This is a great image. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. What time is it? Nightbot, what time is it? Oh, I see. 3:24. Is that right? 3:24, or is it 4:24? I think it's 3:24. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go get a drink, and we're gonna take a quick musical break. So we listen to Chari again. I played this one a couple times, but I'm feeling the need to play it again. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna listen to it again because I fucking like it, and I want you to like it too. It's called Multiply. It's by Rebel Diaz and Tef Poe. Oh. I know why I put this in here now. There's a great article. There's a great audio podcast. It's an hour long. We're not going to listen to it tonight, but it's an hour long of interview with Rebel Diaz, and it covers a lot, like their history, where they come from, why there's like they're unapologetically revolutionary hip hop artists, right? And it's pretty dope. And it's like I know their music is hot, and I've known of them, and I've met Rodrigo several times. We know each other, right? But I didn't know all the details. I did not know how much of a revolutionary socialist he is. Like, you know, 'cause I guess I felt it in the music, but anyway, let's do this. Hang on. Ow, that's a little loud. We're gonna back that up. Let's take this to the tubes. We'll take this to the tubes. We'll pop it out there. Yeah, I'll be back. I'm gonna get a cocktail.
It go like this, bitch. You decide your future. Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Like this, bitch. You decide your future. Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters?
Yo, you ain't never come around to my casa. I know, but you don't know the pain of my raza. Just came to paint a picture. I'm the man with the paint in the pickup. I'm the one with paletas de agua, de piña, de coco, de mango, de guava. You don't wanna mess around with my squad. We are the rebels, we are out loud.
I came up with a couple of gods who always kept a 9 in the glove of the Dodge. Koran in the right hand and left middle finger for them jump out boys when they went up on the squad. Said we got John Jackson, born faction, hold the world hostage. When the camera's the pot, that's how you know imposters. If they ain't no seeing in them boys, will double cross you. While they gorillas out at midnight, toss them all.
It go like this, bitch. You decide your future. Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Like this, bitch, you decide your future. Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters?
In my experience, only the illest shooters can properly transition to leading a crew of shooters and shooting along with them and getting arrested with them. And if it come down to dying, you dying along with them. I know, homie, but I would never follow you to battle if you never seen an armor light right at you. And you can never tell me what the neighborhood in need of. If you ain't never lived inside the neighborhood you speak of, we gon'
like this, bitch. You decide your future. Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Look, who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Like this, bitch, you decide your future. Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters?
It's fuck the police with my every breath. Conscious rappers living life like fairy tales. I grow closer to death of jail with every step. I sold a piece of my soul with every piece I sold. We come from EBT, Roman noodles, and piece of roll. Magazines for sources of trouble to make sinners fold. Long as I got work falling off the clock like hickory dickory. Fuck America, this is history. Drillers, killers in the headline. You ain't a revolutionary if you never did fair time. Quoting the cider, but you wouldn't kill a fruit fly. Real life, 3 open cases so I could prove mine. Jesus was in Chicago, he probably gangbang. AK, lift like CT Fletcher, maintain. Leaders and the students are the same motherfucker. Single mothers living next door to range motherfucker. I'm
like this, bitch, you decide your future. Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Like this, bitch, you decide your future. Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters?
Tito on West Florissant is flourishing. Revolution in the air, thank Ferguson. Unnamed shooters on the front line, serving them. Police had to retreat, these streets burning them. Time passes, what came from the ashes. In the aftermath, who paid, who casting? I don't see those faces that was masked in the actions. Call them always blacking, let's get it cracking.
One time for the Angela Davises, 2 times for Asada Shakur. Exercising my rights to carry, bitch. What you think all the guns is for? Rather go out standing, then down my knees. I'ma shoot a motherfucker, then cry in peace. Shake it off, reload, back on the front line. Time to wake that ass up, cause it's the crunch time.
They go like this, bitch, you decide your future. Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters? Like this, bitch, you decide your future. Who are the leaders? Who are the shooters?
Yeah. Whoop. Tef Po. Rebel Diaz. I like it. I like it a lot. You know, play it around here. I probably play it, I don't know, every other night. One, I know it's not going to get muted. And two, I like it a lot. And I want you to like it. And I want you to look into their music. And if you can download some and pay them, great. I want to bring to your attention. Oh, I can't do this. God damn it. They went, I don't know. Well, this is Bigote Smalls. That's 2 weeks ago. We've seen that a couple times. They did a documentary on Ferguson. When that went down, when the rebellion happened, when the rebellion happened, they went to Ferguson, and they were on the ground. We were watching that closely, obviously. People from the movement went to go and support. You know, there might have been some. Oh, you know what? This is good, and this is a good one. Fuck ICE. Anyway, what I wanted to bring up was, so they have a documentary on Ferguson, and I don't really know the name of it. My keyboard is not working well enough, so all I can do is scroll down. But it was, oh, Brother Ali, really? Oh my God, yeah, I'd love to do that. Uncle Sam, goddamn, that's a tight jam right there. Anyway, maybe we'll watch the documentary that they did on Ferguson another time when it's when I've got an hour or more. Is it The Revolution Has Come? No. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure where it is, and this is probably not what we need to be doing right now. Here. Let's play. Oh, they have so many good ones. Work Like Chavez, The Coup. Which Side Are You On? They're all good. But I saw one that about ICE. I think it's called Fuck ICE. Oh, this is great. Watching me scroll trying to find a song. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Where's Fuck ICE? There it is. Here it is, friends. Here it is. This is tight. Rebel Diaz. They did this so quick when the ICE situation jumped off.
You are now tuned in to the motherfucking rebel. What you thought we won't respond to these devils? What you thought we wouldn't fight for the babies? They've been taking babies in slavery. White supremacy come from the power of the gun. I saw them boys in the cage, so I'm hugging my son. I feel the pain in the whimpers, the crying and the noises. That girl want her mama and she's scared of foreign voices. They came running from an economic crisis. The USA funds cause they terrorists like ISIS. They want the money, they steal the resources. Honduras, Guatemala, all covered in corpses.
Right there.
Corpses of the poor, they get repressed by the regimes. They work with the cartel selling coke in Medellin. La CIA, the banks, their hands are full of blood. And the migrants that are running from the south to your hood. Fuck ICE, we don't believe in law and order. The border crossed us, man, we ain't crossed the border. Fuck the president, he got the wrong morals. Fuck a wall, we gon' travel through a portal. Fuck ICE, we don't believe in law and order. The border crossed us, man, we ain't crossed the border. Fuck the president, he got the wrong morals. Fuck a wall, we gon' travel through a portal.
Over, under, via boat, foot a tunnel. Funnel funds back to the fans, still in trouble. Cause of war, hunger, unlivable conditions. Brought down by consistent US interventions. Guerra Fria, CIA, coup d'etats. Hundreds, thousands, human lives was lost. In the name of progress, children caught up in the conflict. Powerful versus the powerless, resisting conquest. Desde 1492 han robado, matado, silenciado la voz de la más vulnerable generación. La que lleva la historia de rebelión. They don't want them seeds to grow, live and thrive. Trying to cut us from our roots like it's pure to be wide. Lies and false news keep us blind to the truth. It's ethnic cleansing, genocide on immigrant youth. And yo,
Fuck ICE, we don't believe in law and order. The border crossed us, man, we crossed the border. Fuck the president, he got the wrong morals. Fuck a wall, we gon' travel through a portal. Fuck ICE, we don't believe in law and order. The border crossed us, man, we crossed the border. Fuck the president, he got the wrong morals. Fuck a wall, we gon' travel through a portal.
Right? Right? This is hot. That is hot. Rebel Diaz. That was, I don't know, 8 months ago, a year ago. I guess I could probably find out by simply doing this. Oh, wow. July of 2018. How time flies. How time flies. You know, I understand DJ Khaled is a person and a famous person and artist. I just don't know any of I don't know anything about DJ Khaled. I think it's Khaled, right? Khaled, not Khalid. It had an I. I think it's Khaled, but I'm not sure. So yeah, I don't know. Do I know Little Easy? I've heard the Little Easy. I think I've heard the name, right? Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, so Nightbot just joined the revolution about 2 nights ago, I think. And Nightbot is cadre. Nightbot is cadre. But, you know, still learning, still has things to learn. There's theory and practice and experience. So Nightbot I'm down. We have great hopes for Nightbot here in the red corner. In the red corner. We have hopes for Nightbot. When Nightbot was born, the first words out of Nightbot's mouth was what were those? They said, "Oh yeah." Nightbot says, "Things are fucked up and shit." Like, oh yeah, yeah. This is one to watch. Then the next thing you know, Nightbot was saying, "Join a revolutionary organization today. Join an anti-capitalist organization today." I was like, "Fuck me, Comrade Nightbot." Exactly. So Nightbot's got a way to go, right? Like there's that getting to know you. What do you call that? It's kind of it's a candidate. Nightbot is a candidate for the Central Committee of the Red Corner. So you know, we believe that Nightbot has what it takes to become, really a leader in the revolution. True story. Welcome, Rad Progressive. Welcome. I've had such a nice experience tonight. I'm really had a nice. I'm not saying had as if I'm done, because I'm not. Clearly, I literally just having my first little teeny weeny drink. So, maybe an hour, maybe 45 minutes, something like that I got left. But I've had a nice experience tonight. I appreciate everyone coming by, and I appreciate the questions, right? I do. I really do. And maybe, I don't know, I got a little lippy with Zippy, whoever that was. I can't even remember their name. The trolley person. The person who shall not be named. The trolley person. But sometimes I guess the trolls, maybe when they ask those kind of questions that Trolley was doing, it's okay to an extent, right? Because gives me something to riff off of. In fact, if I was a cynical bear, I would think that somebody that I know was doing that just to test me, fuck with me, or help me with my content. Is that what it's come to? That I think that was a fake troll? Is that some convoluted thinking? Can I get anybody in the chat? What do you think? Is it possible that Ooga Booga, that person Ooga Booga something, that had all the ridiculous questions, like was testing the limits of how far I would, listen? Could that be like somebody I know that was testing me? Better to just think of it that way? Yeah. Well, here is an interesting thing though. So I'm doing this show. It's not a show. God damn it, I keep saying that. It's habit. It's habit because when I was DJing, it was a show. When I was I've always been in but I forgot what I was going to say. Totally lost my train of thought because in my head I had like 6 things and I was juggling. And squirrel. Oh, it's a stream, not a show, right? Oh, they were okay. I gotta scroll up. I didn't see that. They were testing because you warned them not to troll too much. Oh, you warned them in whispers because you saw them in. Nice. That's public, right? You saw him in Caleb. Caleb the Commie is someone people should check out, right? Caleb the Commie. And I was at Pineapple Hoops too earlier tonight. Pineapple Hoops was playing some Sarah McLachlan. Pineapple Hoops was playing some. I wanted to go and give money. I wanted to go adopt an abused dog. Pineapple Hoops played that song, that Sarah McLachlan song for the ASPCA, or maybe it was Save the Children. It was Sally Struthers. That was a different thing. It was for the animals. But like as a DJ, I'm all about the Delirium remix of Sarah's song Silence. I can't play it. It'll get silenced. Maybe that'll be the last thing I play tonight. I'll play Silence by Delirium featuring Sarah McLachlan. One of the greatest all-time trance songs ever. Some people would say progressive house, which was another trance progressive house. But yeah, I started this show. If you go back and watch the VOD, you know, do, because there was some good shit in early. But I started with Robert Miles' Children, not the A side, but the B side, the spoken word side. Children as an instrumental. But I started with that, and I got goosebumps. All right, I have other stuff. I just have to find the right place. I put them in July 2020. All right, we did that map. We had a great workshop. Oh, this is we had a great workshop at the Green Annual National Meeting with Rich Whitney, David Keith Cobb, Gloria Matera, and yours truly. Yours truly, I believe, is Margaret Kimberly. Building the movement for eco-socialism. I think you'll enjoy our conversation. Does that sound like a hook? Does that sound like a good hook? We had a great conversation. La 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 la. Maybe that's what it is, Margaret. Okay. Wow, what a picture. Let's see how long this is. If it's 10 minutes or 20 minutes, yes. But if it's, oh, fuck, it's an hour 20.
That Green should embrace.
All right, this is an hour 20. Here's what I'm going to do, because this is the kind of stuff I'm not going to play the whole thing on a stream, right? It's too much. Like if I'm sick, if my throat is right, but I still want to stream, I might play a whole thing like this, and then. But I put it in there for anyone else to check out. And when I do watch it or listen to it on my drive, because I have to go and do a thing. When I do that, then I'll have a better idea of what it is, and I can find the juicy parts that I want to share and comment on. But I would, yeah. So it's in the chat, building the movement for eco-socialism. And I'll to be fair, so I'm not a green right now. I'm registered as a Democrat. Yes, Pinko the Bear over here in the red corner. Kez, the Kez has joined us from what, Merrill, England? Is that right? Good morning. Good morning. You have such a lovely voice. I bet all the Americans say that to you. Just say it. It's brought a smile to my face. So I listened to parts of a couple different VODs, right? So yes, give Kezbox a follow and yeah. Fix us a cup of Yorkshire Gold. Yorkshire Gold. Yorkshire Gold. I like the sound of that, Yorkshire Gold. It sounds dodgy. Oh, is that tea? I was thinking of something a little stronger than tea. So I don't know what eco-socialism is. Like I couldn't discuss it. I have a kind of an idea, right? But I wouldn't feel comfortable speaking about it. But I bet if you're interested in that sort of thing, and I am, I'd like to hear it. But I'm not going to do it tonight. It's almost 5 a.m. here. Yeah, it is 5. It's 5:05 a.m. So I have maybe a half hour to 45 minutes before. Yeah. But I bet this is really good. Like I said, I have what we call a trusted sources. I have what I call trusted sources in the Discord. People that I have a relationship with, or I have been reading for a very long time. People that I know that this person is solid, and I know that they're not lying, and I know that they're not in service of the state, the bourgeois state. So in my Discord, and hit the button, you can find it. Fill out the talk to the bot. Tell it to the bot. Say hi, introduce yourself. We're gonna try to build this community. How about this? We're gonna build this community, and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be really great. Kezbox. Talked it to the bot. True story. So introduce yourself. I'd like to know who you are, and we're going to talk through some of this stuff. And you're going to suggest content. I'm going to bring you content, and it's all going to be related to how the rest of our lives play out. You delved into climate change the other night? You don't need a bunt cake? Who needs Oh, that's right. I said something about a bunt cake. Yeah. I don't know why bunt cake was on my mind. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's and really and thank you to Treble Damages and Leonoid both, and Carpe. You three. My gosh. I have 3 mods. Holy fuck. And in the red corner, maybe that's what we should call this. Maybe that's what we should call this. Instead of Up Late with Pinko the Bear, tell you a little story. So when the crash happened, the derivatives and the trillions of dollars and the homelessness and the bankruptcies and the jobs, everybody like laying people off. So when I got hit with that, when I got hit with that, I was like, Jesus Christ. Like this recession is deep. It's bigger than any of the other ones. This is a depression. So 2007, 8, 9, so I started doing blog talk radio. It was a new thing. I'd been on Facebook, right? And I got onto blog talk radio and I started kind of deep diving into, and the idea was I wanted to be the next Tom Hartman. True story. I was like, okay, I can't be in the nightclubs anymore. I don't want to do this. I can't do that. I'll go ballistic if I try to do this. I'll, maybe I can give a shot at being a AM talk radio host on the liberal side. Now, if you've been in the stream tonight, you know how funny that is, because I was like talking about liberal claptrap and trash and raccoon food. But yeah, I used to want to be a liberal talk radio guy. And I thought, well, great. I'm unemployed. The economy just fell apart. I'm on unemployment. Let me hook up my 30-year-old RV to shore power at my parents' house. So I have electricity and a place to sleep and, right, shower in the house every other day, right? Hang out. Anyway. So, and I started doing the blog talk radio. I got my my Blue Yeti, like every podcaster, Blue Yeti. I'm going to be a star. And I tried to go down that road of being that kind of liberal talk radio guy. And look where I ended up. In the red corner, where there will be no sponsors. There will be no ads, no gold bond, medicated powder. Like, because it's always the same couple of ads on AM radio, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe the young generation doesn't know that, but it's there's a certain demographic that they're trying to sell to. But once I realized how radical I was in my mind, and I had never said it out loud, but I realized I wasn't just mad. I wasn't just a Bernie Sanders supporter and a New Deal supporter. This is 2008. I think Bernie, he was already senator, but he wasn't. Yeah, he was doing brunch with Bernie. Tom Hartman was doing brunch with Bernie. First hour of every Friday. Tom was on for 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, still is. But he always had Bernie on, and I was a big I was a Bernie person. So when I talk about Bernie and I am telling the truth and attacking him from the left, not from the right, trust me, I know what I'm talking about, because he's been on my radar for a very long time. But when I realized that I really was not a capitalist and was not okay with it, and I heard, and then Tom was like, I'm a capitalist. We just need to reform. I started making those connections. And then I got Richard Wolff, Chris Hedges, Noam Chomsky. I went through all of that, right? All of that. Just hoovered it up. But I was like the NSA. Give me your stuff. Give me your stuff. What you got? What you got? What you got? What you got? But as you can see tonight, I went through that letter and I picked it apart just on the fly. Maybe I misspoke somewhere, maybe I got something wrong, but I think I did a pretty fucking good job. It's definitely definitely pulling it out for a highlight. I'll be really sad if I misspoke or misinterpreted something, because it'll kind of ruin it. But it was a pretty long letter, and I think it's liberal claptrap, and I said why. So I don't even know where I was going with this. But here I am in the red corner. Oh, you know what? Here it comes. Here it comes. Ready? Ready? So that BTR show that went for years, five 5 nights a week, 2 hours a night, before anybody even knew what podcasts were. I don't even think we called them podcasts, right? I called it Up Late with Pinko the Bear, and the reason was, if I went on really late, midnight, terrific Pacific time, if I went on really late, nobody would really be listening. And then I could fuck up, I could mispronounce, I could try a bunch of different personalities, I could try, shticks, because that's where my head was at. Like, I want to be the entertainer, I want to be smart. None of that shit works. You have to be authentic. You have to be you. I think. But it doesn't work for me to not be me, right? So that show was called Up Late with Pinko the Bear. I like being up late. I was a late night, nightclub guy. But I'm kind of liking the idea of, and in the red corner, weighing in on all the things. All the things is a meme. It's a Burning Man meme. Pack all the things. But maybe it's a meme for other things too, but I know it only from the Burning Man culture. Because we all take too much shit out to the desert for Burning Man. So I don't know. So if I had that the ability to put a poll, if I had ability to put a poll, that would be kind of cool. Because then I could say, what should it be? I don't know. I'm just curious. If you have an opinion on what it should be, Up Late with Pinko the Bear or in the red corner, write it down on a 3x5 postcard. Send it to I Have an Opinion on What It Should Be, care of the Pinko the Bear Stream, Harlem, New York, 10031. They know me here. I need a bundt cake. I need a bundt cake. Bring me a bundt cake. Oh, my poor friend. Paul Street's losing his mind. In a good way. Like, if you don't know Paul, you can just, search for Paul. Paul Lewis Street. Louis. Paul Lewis Street. But Paul Street, Z Magazine, anarchist, Marxist, but also anarchist. Which is interesting to me because a lot of anarchists don't read Marx and don't do any more, they fuck the state, But anyway, I've been watching his he writes at Counterpunch and other places, right? Pretty prolific. He had a book out about the fraud that is and was Barack Obama before the election, before anybody outside of Illinois even knew who Barack Obama was. Paul wrote a book, The Emperor Has No Clothes, predicting that, he's going to rise, he's going to be president, and he's just going to be a neoliberal piece of shit. All true. So I have deep affection for Paul, and he came on Blog Talk Radio with me and with one of my former Blog Talk Radio compadres. We had a little posse of lefty anarchist shows. It's the authority smashing hour. So anyway, Paul is less academic and more expressive now. Hang on. Let me find this for you. Boom. Yo, Americans, are you really gonna let this vicious, idiotic motherfucker take you down with barely just a whimper? Do not be like something out of a T.S. Eliot poem. We are the hollow men. We are the stuffed men, leaning together, headpiece filled with straw. Alas, our dried voices when we whisper together are quiet and meaningless as wind in dry glass or rat's feet over broken glass in our dry cellar. This is how the world ends. This is how the world ends. This is how the world ends. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. T.S. Eliot, everybody. T.S. Eliot, 1925. So I ask you, you gonna fight? You gonna stand up? You gonna resist this piece of shit? Are you going to join an anti-capitalist organization? Are you going to join a revolutionary organization? Or are you just going to roll over and go out with the whimper? Are you going to go out with the just like, really? Are you going to play dead? Are you going to roll over and play dead? It's I mean, this is not a rhetorical. I mean, it's not a rhetorical question. It's really not. It's a serious question. And that's what I'm doing here. And I just want, please come back. Please hang out. Please bring your friends. Please bring your questions. Please, I'll get the Discord figured out. I'll get the audio figured out for the Discord. The voice channels. We'll have conversations. We'll have panels, small ones, 2 or 3. We'll have discussions. I'll bring people in that know a lot more than me, and it'll be great. It'll be great. I think I want to hear this song. I want to hear this song. I'm not sure. I'm going to look for somebody. We're going to raid. So, if you have any suggestions, put it in the suggestion box. And we'll listen to this song. And then I'll find somebody to raid. And we'll go in when the song is over. Sound good? Good. Nice.
If all the children of the world would hold each other's hands, they'll be giving off such a strength that all the walls of hate, war, and racism will fall down. Children know, understand, and believe that there'll be more and more love and peace for eternity, love and peace for everybody.
Nice. Still looking for suggestions on where we're going to raid. Pineapple still on? Sweet. This is one sweet motherfucking song right here. The Message Side. Robert Miles, Children, 1996.
Children of the world, scream your dreams.
Oh, we're going to Carpe.
Children of the world, never fear.
We'll go to Carpe. I didn't know he was on.
Children of the world, scream your dreams.
Pineapple ought to play this song.
Children of the world, get together, get together, get together.
Yeah, this song, Pineapple's DJ needs to play this song. This is right up her alley. It's been a very enjoyable stream tonight. Relaxed, other than the heart attack part where I got mad. Pog. Yeah, and thank you, Trouble, for the company and for the help. Makes a difference. I really like the changes to the Discord. Nice.
Love and peace for eternity. Love and peace for a future time. Love and peace
Nice.
for you and I. Love and peace for everybody. Love and peace for eternity. Love and peace for a future time. Love and peace for everybody. For everybody.
Nice. Love this song.
Children of the world, scream your dreams.
Scream your dream.
Children of the world, never fear. Children of the world, scream your dreams.
Scream your dream.
Children of the world, get together, get together, get together.
I am an excellent chair dancer. We're going to raid into Carpe packs in just a minute. Thank you all for coming. Don't go, because we're going to go see Carpe. We're going to go see Carpe. Love and peace. Oh, yeah. And there you have it. Tonight, it was the opening song. It's also the ending song.
Love and peace for everybody.
We're on our way. We're on our way. We're gonna go see Carpe now.